Hey y'all, how's it going? We're back. Oh man, I really hope my voice holds. I got a really bad sinus infection. It was pretty obvious on last stream too. Last Saturday. Um, I literally lost my voice all week. I mean, I could barely talk. It was really bad. So, hopefully, I'm past it. And that won't be happening. If I feel like it's getting bad, though, I'm probably going to dip out early. I'd like for that to not be the case, though, obviously. Well, let me see. Oh, hold on. I restart the game. Oh, my maps. Thought I had the map pack enabled. Let me restart, guys. Boom. Okay. Now we should be set. Anyways, I hope everybody's been doing good. My week has been kind of a wash. I've just been laying around and not really doing anything, which I'm getting heartily sick of. Might have missed the cutoff for getting a live first round game. But I can go to Discord. And see if I can scrounge up some other shenanigans that have been going on. Oh. There was an intermediate tournament yesterday, and they dropped replays. I'm kind of curious. Oh, this looks sick. Okay, guys. Bear with me for a second. While we're waiting on the new player tournament stuff, you know, everybody to get through their first round games and whatnot, I've got a really weird, barely ever seen matchup from the intermediate tournament yesterday. And that's what we're going to check out right now. Oh my god. And it's got triple cannon. I am, both these guys are, graduates from the new player tournaments. Man off Dan Potatoes Devil got their start here, so this is actually kind of perfect. Is getting to see them on the next step up. So I've been seeing a lot of the Lord Magistrate lately. Cathay people loving bringing this guy right now. It's become maybe not like a common pick per se, but you don't just see Zhao Ming every game now. And the reason you bring him is he just has Tactician, and he's got a couple of other active buffs, but this giving reload skill and melee defense is actually kind of awesome. I mean, you've already got buffs from Harmony, so why not just stack more on a Lord that's like literally 600 gold or some garbage like that. This guy is dirt cheap. He costs absolutely nothing. You already go fairly wide as Cathay anyways, and you bring lots of casters, so you can get Mastery of the Elemental Winds going, which does give you a buff to spellcasting. See here, Searing Doom is at 115% intensity. That extra 15% damage is hitting a lot of breakpoints on a lot of spells for just absolutely annihilating stuff. And it's on Metal Magic. Searing Doom is already really good against cavalry. Excuse me. Kislev, Shock Cavalry faction par excellence. You hit them with it, and just wreck like some Griffin Legion or Winged Lancers with Searing Doom, and you'll have your opponent crying. This Ice Witch is in a lot of danger. She does not need to be running around the open field when there's triple cannon out. If it were one cannon, I would say go for it, like work your magic and try and dodge, but when there's three of them on the field, there's so much firepower coming down, it's hard to keep everything on the move in the way that you need to avoid the worst of the artillery fire. You can see right now, Kislev is getting wrecked right now. They just took a bunch of casualties. Kossars lose 6 models. Armored Kossars lose 9. These Armored Kossars lost 15 guys. And now Little Grom is under fire. It's sitting in the tree here, which is cute. I mean, it's going to protect it from some of the damage, because artillery doesn't fire. Missiles in general don't fire accurately into cover. Even if you're not behind trees or anything, like Little Grom is not behind a tree, opponent shots still scatter more going into cover, I've noticed. Those Cathay cannons, though, crazy accuracy with all the harmony and everything that they've got going. Oh my god. Really, they got the reload speed, which just makes them shoot faster. Numbers game at this point, they just dominated Little Grom, and it's having to trundle to the back of the tree line there and hiding out. And look at the Peasant Horsemen working their magic in the open field here, holding on to some of the points. So Cathay has the ticket lead for the time being. See how long that lasts. Lucky that the Ice Witch avoids some damage there. Little Grom gets hit once again. It is getting low now. Tries to get a return shot. Does actually kill one of the cannons on this Grand Cannon unit. You know, I mean, it's a it's like a 6% reduction in the amount of firepower, or really an 8% reduction. Now that it's taken out 2 of the models on that cannon, it's looking a little better, but oh my god, this thing is getting punished so bad. This is where you want a Patriarch to come in, or something, just to, like, get some heals on it, and you just, like, hide it for a minute. Maybe bring it back out after that. Oh, but a cannon shot goes right over the top of the trees. And the poor polar bears eat it. And literally, he's got it right in front of him like a little treat. Poor little guy. Armored Kossars are just going to have to eat the artillery fire as best they can. Infilating artillery shots, destroying the Kossars here. Oh my god, Potato with a huge value lead all right off the bat, man. Devastating for Kislev right now. And we'll see if they find a way to make this up. I mean, it's normally not the worst thing in the world for Kislev to be just face-checking Cathay with their own infantry. Cathay infantry are, I would say, measurably worse than the Kislev infantry pound for pound. But I think with all this fire support, it's going to be a very different story. Now, you do get a nice blizzard going down on the Jade Warrior Halberd here. It's going to be a very dead Halberd. Might have been worth hanging on to that a little longer and maybe trying to find a better spot to drop the magic so it can hit more units. But getting him down to less than half HP and getting a beautiful hailstorm off over here takes a nice chunk out of this Jade Warrior is looking pretty nice. I mean, it's definitely getting them a little bit of value so they're not so horrifically down at this point. Excuse me. Down by about 2,200's normally about as bad as it gets, but if there's a faction that can survive through it, it's Kislev. I mean, they've got unbreakable stuff out the wazoo just with the Fire Blood trait. They don't go down easy. It's going to take a lot for Cathay to work their way through this army regardless. You got a nice little engagement over here. Now, the Dervishes got smacked up pretty bad, yeah, but now there's Kislevite warriors all over the Peasant Horsemen here. And look how quickly they're just ripping into them. Two very dead Peasant Horsemen. And a little bit of fire support from these Kossars, and maybe just finding a way to get this Peasant around the back and surround this Jade Lancer. Could start to really even things up. I mean, Kislev is holding a triple cap. And you can see how quickly they're racking up those objective tickets. Now, the Warbear Riders over here are getting lit up by the cannons. You got more cannon fire going down, more armored Kossars, those with great weapons this time. Those guys are getting absolutely owned. Not a very good spellcast. So here's the thing. Blizzard is a great spell. It's still going to do decent damage to the Crane Gunner here. Blizzard is much better on traditional infantry, or you could even drop it on top of, like, the cavalry here or something to do a bunch of damage. Honestly, just nuking this whole position wouldn't be bad. Like, these Kossars are cooked. Like, kill the Peasant Longspear and maybe also all the Peasant Horsemen there. The one thing Blizzard doesn't do good damage to is, like, Crane Gunners and, like, artillery crews. It's not because it's not doing its, like, traditional amount of damage. It's just that there's not that many entities in these units, and they do have a decent chunk of HP. So while you're doing a bunch of HP damage, you're not actually killing any models, which ends up getting a little tricky. But, hey, I mean, getting the spellcast off and then a follow-up with the Things in the Woods is a pretty good wombo combo. So maybe just as planned here, actually steamrolling over the Crane Gunners in record time because of that. So let's see what the Things in the Woods do. They're actually on the back of the Grand Canyon here. Jade Warrior's moving in a little slow. Do get a Jade Lancer out. Jade Lancer should clean this up pretty quickly. Things in the Woods have very low armor. Yeah, they've got some Fizz Res, but it's really not that great against high-quality shock cav. It does look like they're going to be retreating. Man off with some pretty good micro to get away from those guys. Warbear Riders just got absolutely dominated by the artillery fire. Only about 500 value. And Kislev is rocking forward some Kislevite warriors to try and lock down the number 3. Good to intercept the Empress Croman, though. They're going to get right in front of this very squishy unit, and it's what they excel at chewing up. 36 melee attack, 41 melee defense as well. Empress Crowmen are a proper strong unit. Add in the Nangal grenades, and they can regularly get you like 1,500 value for their price. Good rear charge with the things in the woods. And, another good rear charge there. Potato Devil with a really good surround on the things in the woods. But now he's going to be sitting on top of halberds with his cavalry. And the Emperor's Crowmen do crumble out pretty fast. So, no support for these peasant horsemen. Does give time for Cathay to grab the objective here. Are they going to be able to get any of these others, though? It's been slow going. But Manoff is pretty tapped out. He really doesn't have much in the way of units coming out onto the field. And Potato Devil, while he's also a little threadbare on the front line, outside of a lot of peasant long spearmen who really don't have good cap weight, still got all 3 arty pieces online. One random model from the things in the woods back here. I was like, there's no way the whole unit is over here. But indeed they are not. Apparently they're just spread out all across the entire battlefield at this point. Actually gets killed by the cannon crew, which is pretty hilarious. These 2 guys end up taking them down. Now moving out and going elsewhere. Frostworm gets hit by a beautiful final transmutation, and now a lot more cannon fire. Oh, just pounding it right on the flank here. Oh my god, man. Even without the harmony, these Grand Cannons, dude, they just thump. They do so much work. And they've all paid for themselves, and one of them's even doubled up the value. You can see, though, Kislev by hook and by crook is hanging on threadbare as can be to the number 2 and the number 1 objective. Oh my god, and they actually broke the entire Cathay army over here. All the Jade Warriors and the Peasant Long Spears and the Jade Lancers running for their lives. And Cathay finally starts flipping the number 2, but is it too little too late? I mean, it's a bunch of Peasant Spearmen. I mean, they can hold a decent amount of time, but these dervishes could get in on them and do some damage. I don't know what the Ice Switch magic situation is looking like. She's got 1,300 value, so she did pretty decently for herself. And her being as cheap as she is means that Kislev was able to go a lot wider than normal. I mean, 22 units. Pretty small army, but for Kislev, it's fairly respectable size, actually. They do love going elite a lot of the time. And here, it was really just bringing some expensive reserves. That was the majority of their high-value units in the army. And the Frostworm didn't really do a whole lot, but it did eat a lot of artillery fire, I guess. Distracted the Grand Cannons from killing all the infantry. Crazy game. I mean, really, look, this is the power of playing objectives, guys. Manoff played the points perfectly. 8 damage. Moved up on all 3 objectives to triple cap Cathay and put them in the hole early. Cathay probably could have played off of one objective a little bit harder with all the Peasant Horsemen. I think I would like to see that in the future. But they value traded amazingly, as they just couldn't find a way to quite grab these points before the end of the game. So, huge credit to Manoff for being able to juggle those points while under a massive strain in terms of the value trading. That was about as awful of a value trade situation as you can possibly get into early on in a match. And he managed to grind that all the way back just by holding on to the objectives. Alchemist with some okay value. Lord Magistrate didn't really do anything. Jade Lancers were solid. Peasants were okay. A lot of Iron Hail Gunners. I really don't know about these Iron Hails. I actually think just a second Crane Gunner And maybe another Onyx Chromin or two would be better. Onyx Chromin rip apart Kislevite Warriors and Kossars. They don't do amazing against Streltsy or Armored Kossars, but they're not terrible. The only really genuinely strong counter to Onyx Chromin that Kislev has here are the Things in the Woods, which are scary, sure. But there's no Winged Lancers, there's no Griffin Legion, no Zargard or anything like that that they need to worry about. I really think that getting rid of all 3 Iron Hails and the Nankow Grenade and going with one more Crane Gunner and another Onyx Chromin is probably all you need. I get the idea behind having these guys. I mean, they're just great firepower and they do a ton of damage. But I think Kislev, with all the Kossar shooting, is probably just going to value trade them off the field before they even get in range. Kossars are really accurate and they actually hit pretty freaking hard. They got great base missile damage and some okay AP as well. Not to mention Akshinas, which do even more in both respects. I'd just be wary of these guys. I'd prefer the Crane Gunners, like I said, or you could do Jade Warrior Crossbows. Either or would be a stronger play, in my opinion. Oh, man. Alright, guys. Let's go see if we've got any replays from our new player tournament. We've already got a few. Perfect. Alright. I really hope that my my vocal fry isn't too terrible for y'all to listen to. It's about the best I can do without my voice giving out on me again. Try to enunciate a little more clearly directly into the microphone. So we got Toaster here. He's going with a Doombolt caster against Schneezy's Ogre Kingdoms, inspired by Turin's stream yesterday. He's going for the double scrap. I love scrap launchers, actually. I saw Turin running these last night. While I was watching a stream, I was actually pretty chuffed because I think they're a great unit. They got a ton of ammo. You know, 18 for the 900 gold and how much damage they do when they actually hit. Pretty crazy. These things get tons of value for you. And then you just unsummon them and, you know, you can bring them back out once they refill the ammo stocks. Ooh, Arrow of Kurnus. Only on one of them, though. The Waystalkers, normally you'd see double Arrow of Kurnus on these guys, but I guess it's limited to one right now. Ogres can definitely breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief over that fact. It would just absolutely destroy the Noblar scrap launchers here. Look at that. Oh, yeah, chunky stuff, man, from the Noblar scrap launchers. Oh, but the Waywatchers getting up in range, and one of them is already getting bullied by those Waystalkers. A ton of HP taken off them already. These guys with 190 range is crazy. Waywatcher volley. Oh, it's going to be a dead scrap launcher. Oh my god, dude. Ew. Toaster. Hey, I mean, why wouldn't you do this if you can get away with it? That's why you gotta be careful with your arty. I mean, these things have 420 meter range. Do not discount the 190. on the Wood Elf skirmishers. I mean, Way Watchers, Deepwood Scouts, hell, even the Glade Guard have like, what, 170 range? They can reach out and touch you, and they do bad things when they get their hands on you. As you can tell, dead already all across the field right now. Lead Belchers moving up. Truthfully, I think this is a pretty rough matchup for the Ogre Kingdoms, unless they go maxed out Lead Belchers, because Lead Belchers just beat Way Watchers. Even if Way Watchers are able to kill like one Lead Belcher, if you go like 4 Lead Belchers, then the others will just completely annihilate the bow infantry, because Lead Belchers just do so much damage to Way Watcher type units. Add on to that fact that the Lead Belchers will also just completely demolish Eternal Guard and Dryads before they even get into any fights. It's another thing that you've got going for you. I do think you can get a little limiting, though, for the Ogre Kingdoms, because they can really only play this a handful of ways and have a lot of success. I do think the Scrap Launchers can work, but you got to keep them back early on. Can't forget about Noblar Trappers like this. I think that what you would need to do is go Noblar Scrap Launchers and bring a bunch of Trappers and go for Noblar Kingdoms early. Noblar Kingdoms with the Scrap Launchers and maybe like a couple of the Iron Fist Bulls or something. And you just have the Noblars run in, spot everything. You get some Scrap Launcher fire off on Way Watchers and Dryads and Eternal Guard where and when you can, but you don't overpress. Because the second you start pushing too hard against the Wood Elves, they just kite back and they'll just destroy you on their retreat. They're like the Mongol hordes, essentially. You know, the Mongols were like the masters of the feigned retreat, and that really is kind of what the Wood Elves do best. You know, they get up in your face early, they cap points with their skirmishers, they box you a little bit, and the second you're trying to close the gap with them and get them in a head-up fight, they're doing stuff like this, right? I mean, they run away. I mean, they're positioning aggressively, and then they just withdraw in good order, and they just blast people to bits as they try to close the ground on them. Really nice stuff. Noblar Trappers over here could have been doing this a lot earlier. Eternal Guard getting ninjas started in the back. Shuriken to death is definitely a pretty unpleasant way to go. And these little guys, man, ugh, they're such a good unit. They're short range. They don't hit from very far out, but they got a lot of ammo. If you can find ways to utilize all the ammunition on Noblar Trappers, they're one of the best uptrade tools in the game. I've seen Noblar Trappers get up to 1,000 value if they get off all their ammo. And not even necessarily firing at anything too crazy expensive, right? Like, they already killed this Eternal Guard. If they had a little more time, they could probably help finish up the 2 Dryads over there. I mean, you could see them maneuvering somewhere else. Mornfang Cav are just kind of chilling. And Toaster has just completely crumpled the front line. And Arrow of Kurnus is going to kill the Noblar Scrap Launcher, damn near. Down to 113 on the HP front. Mornfang Cav getting lit up now by the Way Watcher fire. And these things, yeah, pretty dominant on their part. A lot of value out of them already. The Hawkeyes of Jakira, little discourage effect on these guys. Really helps against low leadership factions. Auto-include against Ogre Kingdoms, I would say. Because you can use them to just, like, shoot some Noblars that might be low on leadership and just insta-break them. And then you can follow up with, you know, like Wild Hunters of Kurnus or just Wild Riders in general and just, like, run down tons of Noblars and get tons of kills that way. Nice Fate of Buna from the Slaughtermaster. That's really all he can do, man. This is just an absolutely dominant performance from the Wood Elves here. Toaster with the early snipes, and then just utilizing the Way Watchers to bully all the expensive stuff. Lead Belchers, Mornfang Cav, all going down really quick, and then the frontline fight always goes in the Wood Elves' favor, as long as their infantry doesn't get shot to bits before it gets in. Noblars just cannot fight Eternal Guard and Dryads. It's a no contest win for the Wood Elves. We'll see if Shinizi's able to recover. I'll go ahead and just kind of show off what I'm talking about with the Ogre Kingdoms here. Like I've played this matchup a couple of times, and the only build that I've seen work really well against Wood Elves is something that looks a little like this. I actually believe they had the Flock of Doom caster. I don't think you really need Belly Slapper. You can bring extra ingredients. It's not like the most important thing in the world. It's nice, but it's not a requirement. So what you do with the Slaughtermaster is you hide them in some trees. Because Doombolt just absolutely destroys this guy. Can't let that happen. Here they are. Bring one in reserve. Cut one and get another Flinger. Trappers. A lot of dual weapon bulls, really good in this matchup. Literally all you do is just spam shenanigans. You just get your 4th Lead Belcher out first. Then you start bringing out all the Ogre Bulls or Saber Tusk packs and Blood Vultures as you see fit. Really, you just are bringing in Saber Tusk pack and Blood Vultures to stop Wild Rider dives. Lead Belchers are going to kill all of your opponent's infantry. No contest. And while Waystalkers, Deepwood Scouts, and stuff like that, they can shoot down Lead Belchers pretty hard. The reason that you have 4 of them out on the field early is because it's going to take a whole volley to kill the Lead Belchers from multiple enemy units. And they're going to reveal themselves in the process of taking those shots. And Lead Belchers, with their good range here, are going to be able to get a return volley off. And they're going to do way more damage across the much squishier bowmen of the Wood Elves. And it's going to get you a ton of value. And then you can always threaten with your really cheap dive units. You've got some shooting close range that can help out. Your bulls here, they're going to do some pretty good work against the infantry. You just want to go wide and cheap and just try and outlast the Wood Elves. And build up enough shooting that they literally just cannot contest you anymore. Give me just a sec, guys. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. I have some goodies that'll hopefully keep my my voice going. So, I was actually talking to these guys. I started a little late, so I wasn't able to do a live round one. This is the game that I was wanting to do, though. Monarch and Meat, both really good players. Meat has actually won one of these tournaments before. He won it with Chaos Dally. He's flexing onto his second faction. If he wins another tournament, then he's got to move on. And Monarch's still looking for the first win, but has been getting better and better with the High Elves over time. Surely close to the win that he's been grinding for. Eltharion, great pick in this matchup. Miss Walker's Barrage is disgusting against cavalry. Oh my god, it just farms cav units amazingly effectively. You got Apo and Tempest, awesome spells against Bretonia. You just drop that on their hero squads that might be flying around. Hippogriff Knights, anything like that gets handled pretty badly by this spell. And Fang Sword of Eltharion's a really good buff for him. More weapon strength, Fizz Res, magic damage importantly. A lot of units rely on Fizz Res, and that just circumvents it beautifully. Alberic actually does have Fizz Res, 15% in fact. It's a nice little chunky buff against him. I'm going to put him in a little bit of a tricky situation for sure. You got a bunch of Lothern Seaguard here. 3 of them with the shields, yep, and 2 archers. Company of the Calendarian, Scions of Mathlin, a lot of Ship's Company. Ship's Company are so good, not because they're like amazing units. Like honestly, in terms of value trading, Ship's Company are pretty mediocre. But the fact that they're just, 65 leadership, 400 gold unit, that can like reasonably effectively like tank and hold a frontline position against other melee infantry and not get totally bodied for the High Elves is amazing. TBH. I mean, you can bring Spearmen, but Spearmen are 100 gold more and don't really offer that much more. Especially when you can just put the Company of the Calendarian behind your Ship's Company and give them charge defense versus large. Anyways. Z Defenders of the Fleur-de-Lis coming in. Get a nice little charge here against the Ship's Company. Company of the Calendarian is going to be trying to hold in. Alberic and Henri are going to land on top of these guys. And you get a lot of firepower turning their attention over to them. Health bows do hit pretty hard. I mean, it's going to start getting pretty painful. And you can see a Tempest is going down. And that is going to shred these characters. It's not an Overcast Tempest. So, Overcast Tempest, I mean, it does double damage. I mean, it's kind of hard to pass up. Really should think about using it. Overcast only. Especially if you're hitting both of the characters. I mean, they've got a little bit of ward save that's avoiding some of this damage. It's 15%, but there's nothing else saving these guys. No spell res at all. Overcast, Tempest with all this archer fire would probably get these guys down to about half HP. As it stands, they're probably going to be getting back up into the air in a moment. And just running away, and you can see Damsel coming out with Regrowth. I would bring Earthblood over Regrowth if I'm just bringing one spell. Earthblood has more utility because you can hit more other stuff. Like, you may not ever use a Regrowth on a Knight's Errant. It's not necessarily worth it. Oh, there's a Grail Guardian in now, too. Beautiful stuff. And yeah, beautiful Regrowth on Alberic. Definitely the right call. Henri can just play a little more passively. Support the front line a little bit more. And then you can give him one next. Blessed Trebuchets. Ooh. Nice volley on the Lothern Sea Guard. 29 kills, 388 value is not bad. Fireborn are out on the field now, crushing this Knights Errant. Illyrian Reavers trying to help out and do their thing. And another Tempest, not overcast. Yet again, though. Henri and Alberic both surviving it pretty nicely. Getting hit by a little bit of bow fire. The Lotherns are doing a pretty good job of pressuring here. Missing some long-range shots there, though. And the Grail Guardians are on top of some pretty nice targets here. They're on top of the Archers and the Ship's Company. And Grail Guardians are just a nightmare unit to face into sometimes. The Grail Guardians have perfect vigor, and they just do a crap load of damage, and they have amazing defensive stats. And because they're perfect vigor, they never lose 42 melee attacks, so while 42 melee attack is not that high, and they don't have any bonuses, they never lose that peak. They're always going to be hitting with the 43 melee attack, and they always have 49 melee defense. Which is way more important. The melee defense makes them impossible to deal with. Except for by Fireborn. Fireborn get on top of the Grail Guardians with Eltharion support, and they start putting in some serious work on these guys. Archers and the Lotherns get hit by a really nice Wrath of Manon there. Discourage effect, lowering the leadership. You can see a terror route going down the Lotherns. But the Grail Guardians, man, they were doing great work until they ran into their equal here, and the Fireborn just made mincemeat out of them. And we'll see how that plays out. I mean, you've got a good chance now for the High Elves to find a way to grind back into this one. They've actually killed a lot of the Knights Errant as well. Having gotten rid of the Elite Cav. Oh, and Alberic getting caught on the ground. No, this is GG. Oh, Alberic getting caught on the ground as well, potentially here. Keeps getting staggered. The Fireborn all over him, cooking him. And another Tempest going down. Now, the one thing about not overcasting Tempest, you're saving a decent amount of money, right? Or a decent amount of wins at Magic. I mean, it's 6 extra wand for the upgraded version, and, I mean, you can just keep throwing it down, not overextending yourself on the magic front, and giving yourself some flex to use Apotheosis when you need it. Is pretty nice. You get a nice regrowth on Alberic, but is he going to survive? Oh, Companions of Quenelle get in, and the Fireborn and the Silverhelms here now finding their own counter in turn. Companions of Quenelle have a ton of melee attack and a bonus versus large with massive AP values. Oh, and the Silverhelm's terror route. Fireborn stuck in here. They're not immune to IT. They're not immune to psychology. Oh my god, and they terror out too. And now Eltharion is the one surrounding him. Good Mistwalker's barrage. He's got 3,200 value. Silverhelm's over here, cleaning up some Knights Errant. A lot of bowfire coming down. Eltharion needs to just Apo himself for the rest of the game, basically. If he can do that and maybe find a way to hook up with the Silence of Mathlin here, maybe he'll be fine and it'll be okay. Meat is playing really close here. Things are not looking great for Bretonnia, outside of the fact that they might be able to kill Eltharion here. If they do not finish off the Lord, I think they're going to just continue to lose momentum. Because, I mean, you can see the Companions of Quenelle, the Knights of the Realm here. Really the only 2 decent units left for Bretonnia. This is kind of a huge thing. Like, Fireborn are beat up, yeah. Same with these Silverhelms. But they are going to get a nice engagement onto the Bretonian Knights here. I've got enough support that the Fireborn models that are still alive are probably going to be able to grind out another like 200 value or so. Just because they have the support and they still are hitting pretty effectively. I'd like to click on them. Thank you. There we go. Yeah, you can see they're at 22. Now they're up at 23. Doing pretty nice. Eltharion got a nice Apo on himself here, as you can see. Getting a nice chunky little heal. And he does have the help of some Silverhelms. Knights of the Realm are on him, though, and Henri and Alberic are not slouches in combat at all. Very good anti-large duelists. And look at them putting in the work against our boy here. Beautiful Mistwalker's barrage, clearing up a lot of bodies. Oh, and Eltharion may be dying here, but he karate chops Alberic. Just puts him in his place. Oh, and Henri breaks at the exact same time. Brutal for Bretonnia. Eltharion holding firm with 500 HP, man. 4,000 value on our boy here. Grinding through it all. Blessed Trebuchet's got 1,200 value, but, you know, it's not really, like, killed anything is the problem. Like, these Lotherns and the Archers, they've been firing all game. And they do have decent value across the board. The Lotherns especially, man. I mean, 646 here, 727, 900 on this one. Very efficient value trading from the Lotherns. They've all functionally paid for themselves. Rangers getting annihilated over here. They did kill a Man-at-Arms at least, and they capped his points, so they are making it tough on the Bretonians to grab their home objective back. Lyran Reavers over here cleaning up some very beat up Knights of the Realm. 1,300 on the Knights of the Realm. Oh my god, Keepers of the Flame coming in. This is what you want your Trebuchet shooting. But the Trebuchet has only got 6 volleys left, and there's a ship's company that's trundled all the way up onto them. It's currently giving the crew some grief and is probably going to shut down the shooting for the time being. Meat has a lot of supplies. He's not using them, though. And Monarch is keeping pace on the supply front as well, so like not only does he have more higher quality units in the field right now, he can bring out the same high quality response that his opponent might be looking for. And Knights of the Realm clean up the Illyrian Reavers. Henri is still alive, but the Bretonnian leadership is going to be in the toilet because of Alberic dying. Like, if Alberic just runs off, it sucks, but the leadership penalty goes away eventually. With him being dead, there's really no point in even summoning Men-at-Arms out. Like, they're already pretty bad against the High Elves. It's just going to make them functionally useless. I mean, they're just going to, like, break and run the second they get into any kind of real fight. Oh, it's just going to be an absolute nightmare to deal with. Storm Riders are in, Silverhelms hanging out over here. What did Monarch spend all his money on? I guess just on the Company of the Calendarian and the Storm Riders. Just kind of explain where all the money went. Henri is getting beat up. Eltharion is dropping Appos. I think he used like all the WOM up that he had early on. And he's just waiting to get those apotheoses off. He's probably got a decent amount of WOM in reserves. Eltharion just doesn't have Arcane Conduit or anything to supercharge his magic casting. Sometimes you just gotta sit and wait with him. It sucks, but it is kind of necessary in this situation. Silverhelms are coming out. Keepers of the Flame taking a little damage from the field Trebuchet. Nothing too terrible, though. Probably want to line them up in a little bit more of a column formation, like on the blue line, lined up as so. It would actually keep them better protected from the artillery. Just play footsie around the pillars. You can save yourself a lot of headaches. You can see it actually clips the edge there. You get a nice Tempest, one last Tempest in the bank. Actually breaks Henri right as he gets the regrowth too, which is really, it hurts. That's just mean. I would definitely be a little peeved about it if I were Meat right now. Because he actually gets poked by the Illyrian Reaver archers and this foot archers. He's retreating, loses a bunch more HP that he didn't need to lose. When he could have been diving for Eltharion and maybe getting a critical engagement against him. Eltharion with about 300 more value out of that Tempest too, man. That's just getting him so much value. It's disgusting work done by Eltharion in this game. This is why you bring him. I mean, if you needed a reason to bring Eltharion, which you probably didn't need to already, just for cool factor alone, with Mistwalker's Barrage and his spell kit, right now, he's probably the best Lord for the High Elves, period. Like, not even close. He is just an all-purpose character. He kills everything in the game right now. Which you might think is a little annoying. I myself personally don't like anti-everything units under almost any circumstance. The only exception is Lord-type characters that cost an arm and a leg, and that is Eltharion. He is crazy expensive. Like, yeah, I got 4,300 value. That's really only like a 1,500 gold up trade, though, which is good, but you can get higher up trades on cheaper units. Like, he has to put in this much work if you're going to be bringing him. Like, we can even go take a little peek and see exactly how much he costed. He's 2,700, so yeah. Give or take about 1,500 in return. You know? Just running all these spells gets him to, you know, a nice, respectable amount of money. You know? It's almost a full third of your starting army if you think about it. So for the fact that he was able to put in more than a third of the opponent's starting army and value on his back, it frees up the remaining, like, cheaper units that you have just to do the job you need them to do of holding the line. And they did that exceptionally well, and allowed, like, the Fireborn and the Silverhelms and the Illyrian Reavers to just manage to get the uptrades they needed to drag down all the Bretonnian cav. What's up, Rost? How's it going, Mr. Rebel? I'm doing okay, guys. I've been sick all week. I had the absolute worst sinus infection I've ever had. It was brutal, man. I mean, I actually thought I had COVID at first, but I went and got a test and I was negative, and it was all the same symptoms of a sinus infection that I've had before. This was just brutal. I mean, I literally have... when I ended stream Saturday, my voice was going. You can go back and listen to that stream and you can hear it. I literally could not speak. Like, my voice was so shot all week. Couldn't go to work, couldn't do anything. Because I'm a teacher. I can't go and teach without a voice, right? I can't help anybody in that circumstance. It's just gotten better today. It was feeling better yesterday. Today I'm feeling good enough to stream. And I'm hoping, and I'm fairly confident that it'll hold the rest of the way. Just downing cough drops and ginger tea. It's basically what's keeping me alive. I hope y'all are having a little bit of a better time than me. Oh, and hot honey. Dude, hot honey in, like, ginger, like, tea is goated. Absolutely, indisputably, the most delicious combo of all time. Because ginger has already got kind of like, it's not spicy, you know? Ginger has its own, like, special kind of, like, very fragrant, like, and pungent taste. You add honey into that mix, and then hot honey on top of that, with, like, actual spice and capsaicin, and you're just, like, kicking up into overdrive. One of the most singularly, like, stimulating drinks you can ever have. It's good for your gut. And you're good for your gut. Ginger is, like, one of the most settling things that you can consume, in my opinion. It's Kind of a cool Lizardmen Tomb Kings matchup here. I'm actually really curious to see this. You know, Oxyotl is not the. I've run Oxyotl into Tomb Kings, and I actually think he's really good against them. Now you got to keep him away from constructs like Cetra and the Sphinx of Uzkef can bully him. That's if they can find him, though. Where is he? Oh, of course, being a hero, leading his Chameleon Skink Vanguard. Very flavorful, fun army from Jimmy. I mean, you're always going to find Saurus, you know, in Lizardman builds. You got a lot of skinks in here, though. Now, the red-crested skinks I'm not, like, super sold on. I don't think they're amazing against Tomb Kings, to be honest. But they will be able to do a little bit of damage to the Ushabti, which is going to be nice. And a Necrotect on foot, I do think they're better on the Chariot. A Necrotect on the Chariot just is able to move around more and apply the Vambrace's debuff to everything it runs into, which I think is better. Like, on foot, these guys are way cheaper, and you can fit 2 into your build pretty easily, but they just run slow as hell. They are not getting anywhere fast, so if your opponent plays around them, you can run into some problems that way. Skeleton Horsemen are going deep for this Chameleon Skink. Actually trying to run him down in the trees. Which isn't really a bad idea. I mean, Chameleon Skinks, man, they have no HP. And they have very poor defensive stats. Even with the Skeleton Horsemen, like, losing melee attack in the forest here, it's really not that bad. And they actually do get the kill, and that's a 400 gold Skelly Horseman killing a 650 gold Chameleon Skink, which is really painful. Jimmy's going to have to do a lot of work to make up for that. And you got more Skeleton Horsemen diving into the trees. 3 of them, in fact, all over the Chameleon Skink front. And because all the time that Jimmy is spending in the trees there, just scrapping, trying to save these chameleons, it means that he's got to hold up his advance in the middle. He's not really getting the fight that he wants. He's got some Spear Riders in. Those are going to be good against the melee Shabti for sure. But this is a problem. Oxyotl is actually just completely surrounded and getting tar pitted by garbage. You might think this is kind of a waste. Like, normally you see... Oh, whoops. Normally you see 2 cav units surrounding a lord, and you're like, okay, for what purpose? Right? Normally cav, like double cav surrounding characters is going to be, you know, a little bit more expensive for the cavalry, but these guys at 400 gold are actually cheaper than Oxyotl, even with this very limited kit. So if they just sit here all game, that's a huge win for the Tomb Kings. They literally do not have to move. I mean, it's going to be incumbent upon the Lizardmen to free up their lord there. Skeleton Horsemen are losing pretty badly to the Feral Cold Ones. These guys, the reason that they're winning this so decisively is because of their armor. 90 armor just makes all the difference for this fight. I mean, their stats are about as bad as the Skeleton Horsemen, but Skeleton Horsemen just can't get through that 90 armor. So they just get a freebie there, which is nice. It's soothing a little bit of the woes that the Lizardmen have been dealing with so far. They're going to recover, though. I mean, they did lose the Chameleon Skink early, but they're going to get these 2 Skeleton Horsemen over here peeled off pretty quickly with the Chameleon Skink fire. Now the Feral Cold One engaging onto the back of these guys. Oxyotl's a little bit hurt, but it's not the end of the world. He's got Master Predator, so he'll go back into stealth, and then he can just run around and be annoying. Arkin is coming in, though. Arkin thinking about going in and getting a Spirit Leech or something off on Oxyotl, I think. Instead moves around, gets a beautiful Fate of Buna off on the Coldwind Spear Riders. Huge damage. The Coldwind Spear Riders can pound the air. Diving into a Skeleton Spearman and a Ushabti is not a good call. Ushabti are honestly pretty good all-purpose unit. They're beefy, resilient. They don't have a lot of melee attack, but they got a good bonus versus infantry. Most importantly, they're just a really respectably cheap unit with good leadership for the Tomb Kings. As long as they're fighting on top of stuff, they'll get you like 1,200, 1,300 value very reliably. And the problem for any faction running into the melee Shabti walls, when the melee Shabti are getting that much value, it means also that the Skeleton Spears that are sitting underneath them have been well positioned enough usually that they're also going to get a good value trade. And with the fact that undead are just pseudo unbreakable, it just makes for a miserable grind through your opponent. One that very few factions are actually able to sustain. Like Khorne can run into a melee Shabti build and just completely run over it. But Lizardmen without a bunch of Sacred Croxigors, they're in a much worse position. Now, they do get the Umbral Tide in. Umbral Tide can start to swing this around. You can see one Ushabti is crumbling out pretty badly. They're fighting on top of the Saurus Spears here. Saurus Spears dominate this matchup. They're so good. You just throw the Skeletons and Ushabti on top of these Saurus, and as long as the Saurus get even some basic support with just like a little bit of mass from like Feral Cold Ones or you know, some other infantry sitting on top of them, so they're not just like fighting a bazillion units at once, they just get so much value for you. Just excellent work grinding through Shabti, Spears, Skeleton Spears specifically, Skeleton Warriors, even Tomb Guard can struggle against the Saurus Spears. This Saurus Spear breaks before it gets the 800 that it costs, but the other two looking real healthy, or at the very least have already up traded, and they're gonna make up for the what, like 59 value that these guys are lacking for up trading. So there's Saurus Spear already at 1,000. Probably going to end off at like 1,300 or 1,400 if the current pace keeps up. They got half their HP, man, and Shabti are on top of them with Nahkarl Horsemen. Nahkarl Horsemen are honestly a decent grind unit with their melee defense and good weapon strength, but they're getting poisoned right now because of the Red-Crested Skinks sitting underneath this fight. And the Red-Crested Skinks and the Saurus Spears together are just making this fight look easy. Look at them ripping apart all of these units. They got a Necrotect on top of them too. The Necrotect does not look like he's applying his debuffs for some reason. What in the hell? Okay, there we go. Now he's debuffing. But struggling immensely. 1,300 on the Saurus Spear. Oxyotl is out here poking. He's just shooting some of the Chosen of the Gods. Ooh, Sepulchral Stalkers is actually what he's shooting right now. It's unspottable. Sepulchral Stalkers are just moving up. They don't actually know Oxyotls here. God damn it. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. So here's the thing about Oxyotl. He fires 2 little darts. Like, you can see the tracers here. Imagine trying to find that in the middle of a game, though. You're, like, zoomed all the way out, and you're, like, sweating your ass off trying to save Arkan and the Necrotect, and then you're, like, wondering, why are my Sepulchral Stalkers getting hammered right now? Like, what is doing all this damage to them? And you're, like, looking around, and then you see the 2 little, tiny little pinpricks going in and poking them for, like, 300 or 400 HP. And you remember, Oxyotl's got 50 ammunition. Like, this guy will work down a Sepulchral Stalker. He'll kill Chosen of the Gods. It takes him a while. He's very capable. of getting about 3,000 value for you. And against the Tomb Kings, if you can use them in the open field, kind of like what's going on here, just have them running around, hidden with Master Predator, constantly shooting onto high-value targets. This is one of those matchups where he will absolutely up-trade into the stratosphere for you. Melee Shabti all dead. Necrotect not looking too well himself. Struggling mightily right now. Saurus Spears getting pounded by the Screaming Skull Catapult, which has been going all game so far. Has some pretty good value. Good bracing from the Saurus Spears here. I don't know if they hold, though. Leadership is looking real rough. If they get hit by one more artillery shot, they definitely break. Actually, it looks like they are going to run away, though, just because of the Ushabti and the Sepulchral Stalkers here. Spear Riders at 1,200 value. Really nice stuff. I don't know how the other Spear Riders have been doing. Doesn't super matter. You have the Feral Cold Ones coming from one side, Spear Riders from the other. Beautiful Hammer and Anvil. Colossonaut Hunters looking for an opportunity to dive some stuff. Could get after Chosen of the Gods, I suppose. Or it looks like the Chosen of the Gods are gone. Oh! That makes sense. The Chosen of the Gods are over here. That's why the Cold One Riders were sitting and chilling, because they had just finished cleaning this unit up. Brutal stuff, man. Welsh Lion was doing well early, but he didn't bring enough skeleton spear coverage. You really got to make sure that you've got skeleton spears sitting on top of all of your units. Like, not just the melee Shabti, but Sepulchral Stalkers and Chosen of the Gods also need bodyguards. Because if they get jumped in the open field by dedicated counters, like Sepulchral Stalkers are okay in melee against large targets, but when it's also an anti-large unit, they just get absolutely munched on. Because their melee attack and melee defense is pretty mediocre. It's with the spearmen coverage underneath them that they become much better at value trading, because they just take less damage. They don't get hit quite as hard or as often. Ushabti getting ground down here. Jimmy with a slight value lead, but that's just going to continue to get better and better for him. It's going to be brutally hard for the Tomb Kings to find a way back into this one. You can see some Skink Cohort Javelins moving up. I would try and get something up on the number 3 here, just so Skeleton Horsemen can't move over and take that point away. Skink Priest with Wind Blast has just been grinding down all the Skeleton Spears and doing a pretty good job of it. I mean, doesn't have a lot of kills, but 600 value. It looks low, but considering how many Wind Blasts he's been throwing out, it's actually pretty good work. Because it's been getting rid of all of the protection for the Ushabti and whatnot. And it's allowing better up trades for the rest of the army here. See some red-crested skinks are doing pretty good. Cohort of Sotek not doing so hot. Saurus Spear with 1,700 value is kind of insane. But not unsurprised to see it. I mean, it's just these guys got the perfect fights and they made the most of it through and through. And they've enacted the great plan for sure. Getting rid of the Tomb Kings was step 1. You know, these are Arkin's personal boys, so getting rid of the evil Necromancer is just the first blow dealt to all of the vile undead that plague the old world and the new. Good sandwich here, dude. Jimmy's gotten multiples of these kinds of engagements where he's just perfectly crumpling Skeleton Horsemen in record time by fixing with Feral Cold Ones and then rear charging with the Spear Riders. You couldn't draw it up better. Same thing gonna happen over here. I mean, this is kind of desperation time for the Tomb Kings anyways, but you still like to see that people are getting the X's and O's down the way they should. We'll fast forward through this. GG. Well done by Jimmy. Tap out from the Tomb Kings there. And yeah, I mean, Arkin got good value. Ushabti all did well outside of this one here. I mean, near paying for themselves at the very least. It's just, I mean, you can really see it in action. The second the infantry and the spears were not on the field for the Tomb Kings, this build just fell apart. Don't need a Bone Giant. Get rid of that. You got plenty of shooting here anyways. You got a Catapult, Anti-Infantry, Chosen of the Gods, Anti-Infantry, Anti-Cav, Sepulchral Stalkers, Anti-Single Entity, decent at the anti-everything role, I guess. I mean, their shooting is just really strong, if short-ranged. Just get rid of the Bone Giant and get like a couple Tomb Guard, or even better, instead of Tomb Guard, get like triple Nehekara Warrior. Nehekara Warriors actually run over skinks. They do a great job of trading into them, and they even do okay into Saurus. So your shops, you don't have to do all the heavy lifting. Plus, you have some better cap weight, because Nehekara Warriors at 525 have full cap weight. And I think you can, yeah, you can get 3 for the cost of 1 Bone Giant. 1,600 here, 1,575 for the Nehekara Warriors. What's not to like, man? I mean, it would just be better. I promise you. Bone Giants are not good against Lizardmen anyways. They're too immobile. There's too many melee units with good AP values. Just grind through a Bone Giant anyways. I mean, even Oxyotl can sit on that guy and just poke him down. I mean, it's got 12,000 HP, but you know, they're not as good as you think they are. They're kind of a noob trap, to be honest. Honestly, Hyrule Titans are better than Bone Giants. Hot take. Because Hyrule Titans at least provide Spirit Conduit, which gives Spell Mastery now. And they have 2 really good sets of bound spells, like Spirit Leech does some pretty good damage. Shim's Burning Gaze does good damage to SEs, Cav, and Infantry alike. From downtown, you can get like probably 400 or 500 value just out of using the Shims. And if you can get another like 300 or 400 out of the 2 Spirit Leeches, you're talking about this thing really only needing to do about 1,000 gold damage worth in melee combat, which is very doable for it. It's actually pretty strong with the 56 melee attack and 570 weapon strength. Speed is the only letdown, but on a map like Edge of the Darkwood, where you're fighting over a middle objective, it provides a lot more stability than you would think. If you're going to go for a big SC against Lizardmen, I think the Hyrule Titan would be the way to go. I don't think it's great, though. I think you go with the bones of that build we saw last time, and just do the Nehekara Warriors instead. I wouldn't bother bringing Horse Archers here. Honestly, just basic Skeleton Horsemen. And then, like, a couple Nehekara Horsemen. Maybe another Nehekara Warrior, even. Oh, the Catapult. That's right. So you get the Catapult. And 1 Carrion. Some Chevrons. I mean, it's like dirt cheap anyway, the Chevrons. I would normally never recommend this as a rule of thumb for reserve units, but for something that's 350 gold and being an undead unit, giving it extra stats so it can make the most out of its engagements is honestly not terrible. Carrion are pretty strong. They're not a great unit, but they're pretty respectable. Giving it the extra melee attack will help it if it's diving something. You use these Carrion to like rear charge onto the back of a fight. And you just fill out the way you had in your opener. And you can live your best life. I think it'll actually match up pretty decently, because you can bring the Nakar Warriors in when you see that your opponent went for so much infantry. Then you can bring out the Screamy Skull Catapult. And then, like, the Chosen of the Gods and the Eyes of the Desert and Sepulchral Stalkers. Because you want to, like, tech really hard into what your opener is already good at, which is the melee grind. Just make that even harder for the Lizardmen by having all of those Nakar Warriors up with your main force as they engage. Keep Arkan alive to just Spirit Leech and Buna stuff, or Purple Sun positions. Drop his spells. I don't think you really want My Will Be Done or the Curse. I mean, it's not like you really want him to get beat up anyways. And the buff is really not that good. If this were a larger effect range, then yeah, I would say go for it. Pretty mediocre overall, though. Wrath of the Creator is really good. I don't really like Stone Shaper all that much. I think it's kind of a waste. The restores are good. Get this guy on a chariot if you can. If not, fine. I really want to see him on the chariot, but okay. You don't have to. So you can do the catapult and opener. And then reserve a Bocav. Get rid of the chevrons and get a 2 carrion. I don't know. I mean, the carrion can be good against the Lizardmen just because they can go flying after Colossedon Hunters. And they can actually do some decent damage to those guys. I mean, you get both carrion for half the cost on the Colossedon Hunters. And they'll actually put some serious work into this thing, because it's got terrible melee defense. 26 is not quite equal to the amount of damage that you're needing to hit, like, the best possible outcome for chewing through these guys, but it's respectable. You definitely get more than 700 value out of the two of them. And keep a really important counter tool for your opponent in check in the same breath. Some High Elves. Lizardmen. We got Greenskin's Empire. See if we can watch some people who we don't normally see. Got Wok versus Zinch, which sounds fun. Nurgle versus Zinch as well. Oh, what's up, Toaster? Yeah, the Monarch, the Tempests. I mean, really, it's about equal if you just do the regular cast, but with the fact that your opponent had like multiple single entities within the radius of Tempest, it's always worth overcasting there, because it is going to shred them. Is double damage for less than double the cost. That's just really good spell value. I love casting these. Toast can't smell bad because he's playing Wood Elves. They're definitely the least stinky elves, right? I mean, probably not, actually. Wood Elves probably... I can't imagine that they actually bathe. For some reason, I get the feeling that these guys are probably some of the, like, most rancid dudes. Because they're just so in tune with nature. They're just like, yeah, we never bathe. Why would we? We want all those yummy, delicious micro bacteriums all over our skin. 24/7, baby. Give it to us. Let's watch some Nurgle versus Chaos Dow. You might actually think this is a bad matchup for Nurgle. But, some prior games and conversations with people who are familiar with both of these factions, apparently Nurgle just bullies Chaos Dwarves. Because the Hero Squad is so strong for Nurgle. They dominate trains. And the fire damage hurts. But really all you do is you just cast tons of cheap spells and you get map-wide heals, and it just like mitigates the potential of frustration if you're going for like fleshy abundance. Because you just bring a Stream of Corruption and you just destroy all the infantry. I mean, Stream of Corruption might be one of the single best spells in the entire game from a cost perspective. I mean, you overcast this and it does 100% armor piercing damage. 36 damage. It's a long cone. You can hit entire front lines if your opponent is lined up enough for that. It's really crazy. Marauder Horseman grabbing the number 2. Another thing is, normally, like Oglacon's Wolf Boys and the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, normally they just bully the hell out of skirmishers, but the Nurgle Horsemen with the extra HP and the shield, they survive through the bow fire pretty effectively. Add on the small incremental HP that they get out of the passive healing from Children of Nurgle, and they end up looking really annoying, and they're really tough to just clear through in good time. Looks like they're going to rally back to the number 2. Little late. They really probably didn't need to run away as hard as they did. I mean, just kind of run around here, do some dodging, waste a little bit of the Hobgoblin ammo, and you got Furies coming in now. Fury is also really good in this matchup. Nurgle just has a little bit of everything that the Chaos Dowie are not good against. Particularly on the magic front with Stream of Corruption. I mean, why would you ever try and bring armored infantry against Nurgle when they can just clear it so easily? You're kind of pigeonholed into doing it, though. Because Marauders and Pestigors and Chaos Warriors, Forsaken, they'll just destroy and demolish Hobgoblin lines. And Laborers are a little too vulnerable to, like, fear-causing effects, terror-causing units, which Nurgle also has a lot of, that it starts to look a little painful if you're trying to use a bunch of Laborers, because they just run so early, and they really do not get you any value. They really just buy you time. And a little bit of a problem here. Hobgoblin Archers getting a little too far forward, trying to hit the Marauder Great Weapons here, which is a good target for them, but they run themselves into melee combat, and they need to pull back and get set up again so they can fire back out and maybe keep some of these Nurgle units a little more honest. Nurgle Sorcerer taking some damage, but not doing terribly. He gets a pretty nice Stream of Corruption off. Could have been a little better placed. It'd be great to hit all of the Wolf Raiders here, honestly. The back pressure is looking great. Chaos Warrior, great weapon, and a Pestigore. Gonna grind everything down on that number 1 and steal that away as well. And the Fury Dive coming in now. Oglacon's Wolf Boys and all the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. They're caught out on the ground right now, taking a ton of damage. Beautiful Flamestorm back here, chunking down that Marauder. But Kha'Zix is going to destroy Astrogoth if he finds that fight. Looks like he's going to avoid Astrogoth, which I think is a little bit of a mistake. I guess he does have Black Hammer of Hashut active, so you don't really want to tangle with him right now. Does have fire and magic damage, and imbues flammable when Hashut's hammer is up, so that regeneration hurting Kha'Zix right now, for sure. But you just wait for it to wear off. He's got less weapon strength. And then Kasich himself is a really good anti-infantry fighter. And Astrogoth is infantry-sized. He is pretty punishable here. Ooh, Kazich's got to get out of here. He's going the wrong way right now, though. Nice stream coming down. Good damage to the infantry, and you got a bunch of Plague Toads coming in. Kind of cool to see Plague Toads making a resurgence. Cool, fun unit. Actually fairly effective. Oh, an Iron Demon comes up. And actually a pretty good retreat there. Just getting the Chaos Warriors away into the trees. So the Iron Demon is actually kind of trapped up right now. Having a hard time getting away from these guys. Lose a bunch of speed and melee attack. They actually chew about 1,000 HP off of it. Now the Horsemen are on it. This is what you want to do against the demons as best you can. The Horsemen are a little beat up, but they still got plenty of models and obviously tons of AP, so they should be able to put some damage into the Iron Demon. Just tossing those axes around, wearing it out, and keeping it from overwhelming any of the infantry positions. Another beautiful flame storm. Oh no. Ew. Oh, but friendly fire. No. Oh, that sucks. Oh, I really thought the flame storm was going to save those hobgoblins. Not only does the Death Shriek friendly fire them, but the flame storm rotates into them and kills them as well. 500 damage that you've, or 500 value that you lost to your opponent right there. Look at Astrogoth is actually beating the crap out of Kasich right now. Kazich's gonna run away. Oh, he doesn't have his ward save. Oh, he does. Oh, that's right. It's above 75% HP. I forget about that. I always think it's like the Rotting Riders one, where it's just like a baseline ward save. Not the case. Kasich doing what he loves, which is beating Iron Demons up. He's really good at attacking them, actually. See him getting in there. Taking big chunks of HP out of this thing. Gonna bring it down in record time, too. It's a very low impact Iron Demon. Let's get one last charge into the Chaos Warriors here. Down at 300 health. It's stuck in the trees again. Nurgle does steal the number 1. They don't actually end up getting the number 2, though. The Flame Storms cleared so much infantry off. I'm really shocked, honestly. Looks like there has been some backline shenanigans. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders have been pressing the points, but not really grabbing them. Frolickers, Bubonic, and Forsaken pushing them off back here. Got the Oglakons Wolf Boys getting run down by the Furies. Same with the other Wolf Raider bow. Pretty decent value on these guys. They've done a little bit better than I have seen them do in this matchup in a little while now. It just hasn't been ideal. Obviously, they've got a lot that they're having to handle with being attacked by swarming little flyers, and then they've got all the horseman cav of Nurgle with the shields and the shooting of their own. Trying to do some back cap shenanigans, taxing Micro as well. I am pretty impressed with Muto. This is a bad matchup, though, and I just don't know if he's got that extra little bit of sauce that you need to win these bad matchups. Especially because Muffin is a really good Nurgle player, as is. He's even beaten me. So, you know, he's got all the moves. He's got a lot more matchup knowledge, and I think that's kind of showing through. His back cap just worked way better than Muto's on the other side of the field. So even though the value is about even, Muffin, I think, is in a winning position. He needs to hang on to these points, and he'll be fine. And he's doing a great job of dragging down the Bull Centaurs. A lot of the expensive units that Chaos Dowie normally rely on have been the weakest parts of the build. And you gotta remember that Nurgle has healing here. Oh, that is a disgusting sort of filth. That is just mean, dude. I mean, that is bullying. Just pure unadulterated bullying going on right now, with the Rotting Riders completely ripping apart the Bull Centaur renders with that beautifully timed Sword of Filth cast. Furies on blunderbusses is a good engagement. You do have them getting jumped on from the rear by the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, but a beautiful Curse of the Leper, although kind of messing yourself up there with the Stream of Corruption. You didn't really need to do that. Just use Curse of the Leper and be happy there. Use the stream right here. Much better target where you're not going to do any friendly fire damage either. Overcast Stream of Corruption on this Hobgoblin unit might even take it down to less than a third HP. You lose the number 1, but you get the number 2 in exchange. That's just really good patient play. You hold with what you can, where you can. You have some pretty decent value out of those units. On that lower objective, Frolkers Bubonic are holding the back point. Rotting Riders and a bunch of Forsaken up in the middle. Fury's going down. Deathstreak Rocket Launcher has not done much. It's been firing all game and it only has 880 value. I would swap it onto the Demo Rocket. Demolition Rocket is really good against single entities. And you could probably kill Kasich with it. I mean, this thing does fire damage as well. He's weak to fire damage with the regeneration. So putting the pressure on him. Definitely have Nurgle scrambling a little bit more than what you're currently up to. Because shooting all these infantry, like, he's gotten a couple of lucky hits, but none of this has been all that impressive, to be honest. It's really the first time that Muffin has been lacking in the micro department. Kind of forgetting to just dodge the shots. Because the Deathstreak rocket ammo, which is the anti-infantry variant, it does not track in the air. The Demo Rocket is very reliable at hitting stuff because it tracks all the way through onto the target. It's like a tow missile, kind of. Frontal Guard Fireglaves coming up. Doing a good job of shooting the Marauder Horsemen here. Need to unsummon all the Marauder Horsemen. You need them for later in the game. Marauders get absolutely chunked by the Demon Engine. Frontal Guard Fireglaves do get hit pretty nicely by that Stream of Corruption. And now the infantry is chasing these guys down. See if they're able to hold. It's very likely that they tear out because of the train. It actually comes in right as I say it. Rotting Riders going after the Hobgoblin Archers. These guys are going to be the real problem for the Chowie. Rotting Riders are going to destroy this Iron Demon in record time. And you got Kasich and the Sorcerer Lord on top of it now. Sorcerer Lord isn't bad on top of his Rot Beast. He's got good base melee attack. Sucks when he's exhausted, but it's still 400 weapon strength. And against an Iron Demon that has 26 melee defense, he's going to hit pretty consistently. It's one way to get some really good value out of him. Infernal Guard, great weapons on the points. I don't know about the Infernal Guard personally. Little lackluster against Nurgle. I really think that if you're going to bring some elite infantry, especially for the late game, it should be the Ironsworn. The Infernal Ironsworn with the blasting charges are nasty. They will brutalize Forsaken and Marauders. Anything short of chosen great weapons from Nurgle will bounce off of them. Rotting Riders are rolling around, terror routing stuff. They got 1400 value and they did kill the train. Kasich is heal capped, and Kasich has struggled this game. Much worse performance than I've seen out of him in a while. But the Sorcerer Lord has made up for it with 1900 value of his own. Rotting Riders have been doing really well. So, all in all, I would say it's working out really well for the Forces of Nurgle. You don't have that great of a value lead, but I think the passive heals from Children has done a really good job of keeping them nicely apace of their opponent. And that's a beautiful Curse of the Leper. Oh, man. Just in a head-to-head fight, like, you'll take a bunch of damage here. With Curse of the Leper, though, and the extra armor, you're not taking damage from any other sources, really. And then the AP is really just ruining the Bull Centaur's day. And, I mean, they can retreat if they want to try, but there's nowhere to go. There's nothing to push the Rotting Riders back. They've got poison, so they're slowing the Bull Centaurs down to sub 60 speed. So they're just always keeping pace with them. Death Shriek, I mean, it's on the demo rocket now. It's only going to kill one Rotting Rider at a time, though, because the demo rocket doesn't have any splash damage. That's rough, dude. Oh, man. I mean, Chaos Dowie held really well in the middle for a long time, but they lost their #1 point in the middle of the game. I think if they had actually not lost that point and they were able to bunker up around this now, they might actually have had enough points to be able to win on one objective. But as it stands, it's just wind the clock down for Muffin. He doesn't need to even cap this back point because he managed to get the double cap back in good enough time. Crazy close game, though. I mean, look at that, dude. Muto going up against probably the best Nurgle player in the new player tournament. And grind it down to the end of the game here. Within 100 points of Captain Muffin. Good stuff. 3,100 on the Rotting Riders. Vile. Absolutely vile work put in by them. Dude. I've never known B6 to do anything of the kind, Vineyard. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, Vineyard, like, I don't want anybody to be cheating against you, but I really doubt B6 was doing it. I mean, is there any proof of that, man? It's a pretty huge claim to be making. LOL. What's up, Skull-Taker? I'm gonna be back in a sec, guys. I'm gonna do some bodily maintenance. Back. I'm so tired of blowing my nose, dude. It's absolutely miserable. Never get a sinus infection, guys. Just honestly, just say goodbye if you get a sinus infection. As bad as the one I have. It's been hell. Some interesting build from both sides. Man, I can't remember the last time I saw a Chaos Sorcerer Lord. He's on the Manticore. Okay. You know what? I haven't watched either of these players very much. I know I've watched Gormbjorn play like once or twice. No idea who Joe Dalton is. He's bringing a pretty decent Tzeentch build. Actually kind of like this against Warriors of Chaos. Maybe not the Marauders. Marauders of Tzeentch are kind of terrible. I've tried using them. They are Garbo. Do not bring them. Just get Zangors instead. It's got Searing Doom as well, so Searing Doom on both sides here. And then Final Transmutation available for both people. Although I do think the Tzeentch caster is going to have a better time, because there's two... Whoops. There's two fairly expensive flyers here, an Overcast Final Transmutation. Hitting both of them would be well over 1,000 values worth of damage. Especially if you're hitting the Overcast form. Always Overcast Final Transmutation. It does so much more damage. You're like, okay, but the damage per second is the same, right? What's the duration? Understanding the magic is one of the more important things for when you start really familiarizing yourself with the game. You can do regular casts of Final Transmutation, but it's just not quite the same, because the cost value basis is just not as good for you. I mean, for double the damage, you spend less than double the amount of WOM. You should always, always take the opportunity to get that extra damage off. Mana Core coming after this guy, and Exalted Flame are actually doing some good damage from the ground there against the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. Gets net to what end? Oh my god! With a breath attack? Oh, it's not doing anything. LOL. So the Chimera breath attack is really good against infantry, but apparently not so much against single entities. Thought he knew something I didn't, but apparently not. Sorcerer Lord getting cooked in the process. Not worth right now. Ooh, that Exalted Flamer killing a lot of Furies, though. Revenge, little bit of one at least. Exalted Flamer survives that pretty well because of the barrier that he has. Chaos, Warriors of Chaos in a little bit of trouble with their Lord getting beat up that bad. I mean, he's alive. He's gonna find an opportunity to get some work done, I'm sure. Frontline fight between the Marauders. Tzeentch Marauders somehow losing. What? How are they losing so bad? A little bit of weird RNG going on, I guess. Yeah, they're getting cooked. Horsemen in the trees doing their thing. Chimera getting attacked by Furies and Screamers right now. These guys are pretty deep into the forest. Shooting them is really not worth it. I'm gonna have a hard time actually making good contact with these Marauder Horsemen right now. A few shots get through and the Vortex is doing some nice damage, but I can't help but feel like you'd rather have the Exalted Flamer up here, just to roast the Chaos Warriors in the flank. Or do it on this side. Get out on this flank and go right down the pipe on the Marauders, the Chaos Warriors. You might be like, that's a long way to go. These Exalted Flamers are pretty quick. You'd be surprised how much ground they can cover. Hellstriders on the way in, running over some Zangors back here, doing a little bit of work, nothing too crazy. But now they're going to run down a Marauder Horseman, and that's a very valuable unit to be getting rid of. Hellstriders are 675. Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch are a 700 gold unit. They're getting absolutely clowned on right now, too. Exalted Flamer, it didn't get all these chevrons just now, don't upgrade, don't chevron Exalted Flamers. It's not really worth it. They're good enough as is. Using their ammo efficiently is the bigger piece of the puzzle with those guys. If you don't, like, adequately utilize the ammunition on the Exalted Flamer, then they're kind of a bad unit. They really are kind of like a skill expression type of unit. Oh man, these Centaurs are getting absolutely roasted right now. Hellstriders and Doom Knights, like, two really solid units against them. Together, absolutely making a fool out of those Centaurs. Big loss there for Tzeentch. And Gormbjorn is overwhelming the front line now. I mean, the Marauders are just not holding well enough. They did not really get any value, which is just unfortunately all too common. I don't know why the Tzeentch Marauders are so crap, dude. They're literally just utter garbage. And it's not like they're like some substantially worse unit. Got about the same stats as regular Marauders with the barrier on top of it. It's just, for whatever reason, they just never seem to even get more than like half of their cost back. I mean, they are more expensive than all the other variants, I guess. Look, you know, I mean, Tzeentch can do a lot of things. One thing that Tzeentch does not do is infantry fights well. Tzeentch is like a ranged faction, first and foremost, and then they're a single entity cheese faction after that. If you're going to go infantry, Tzeentch, you're going Zangors if you want to go cheap, because Zangors are just really solid, and if you're going to go elite, then you need to be going with, like, chosen blobs. But really, I would just recommend bringing blues and pinks. Honest to God, I really do think that's the best unit combination for the Trickster God. I think if you're trying to run any other infantry units, you're kind of wasting your time most of the time. Because your infantry are just not that strong. You don't really need the halberds all that much. You've got, like, Centaurs and tons of shooting for anti-large. The halberds are good against Bretonnia, and that's really about it. You don't have any great weapon warriors. Your Chaos Warriors are pretty mediocre and overcosted. Don't get anything special. The kite gameplay just works better for Tzeentch because it allows them to use the barrier a lot more. And that's really the only selling point of the Mark of Tzeentch. Like, the magic attacks are nice for specific matchups, and it makes Tzeentch pretty good as a general rule of thumb into undead and wood elves, but otherwise you got so many more options, man. Marauder Horsemen getting clocked by the Doom Knights. Doom Knights with 1,700 value is a great sign for the Warriors of Chaos here. And they're pretty beat up. I mean, they've lost a lot of bodies, and Dalton's done a pretty good job of scrapping here, but it's a very healthy Chaos Warrior defending this side point on the number 1. Forsaken are rocking up to the middle. There's some Warhounds going to help hold down the number 3, which was taken by the Marauders of Gormbjorn here. Now he's got the Soul of Damnation out. There's nothing to counter that either right now. Beautiful Final Transmutation here. Hitting the Chimera and the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Metal. Problem is that this guy is routing in the process. And his leadership is broken. So he's just going to get run off the field at this point. Chimera having a good old time running after him. It's a good rally from Gormbjorn. After the early problems and getting the Chaos Sorcerer Lord beat up so bad, he just did a really good job of maneuvering with the rest of the elements in his army. Hellstrider's got good value running down Horsemen. He's got the Severed Claw that he's been doing a good job of ignoring up until this later stage of the game, where he's got the Soul of Damnation to just camp them and just do a bunch of damage to the unit. as they're trying to grind. He's got throwing axes in now to deal with them. His Chaos Warriors have traded pretty well also. Nice Searing Doom on the Zangors. Breath Attack. Oh, yeah. Not that good. Very spread out unit, the Zangors. Screamer's on the way over. Decent value on the Screamer unit. Probably going to round out with about 1,000. Good army ability of Tzeentch. It's going to kill the Forsaken at the very least. You just wish that there were more there to actually impact. Does do some friendly fire, and then the Soul of Damnation helps finish up the Severed Claw. Synagors on the way in are not going to do much of anything. Gormborn is smart. He just gets like 3 Hellstriders out right now and just runs them down. Yeah. Oh well. Pretty good call. 2 Hellstriders immediately get summoned. A throwing axe comes in. He does not need to be playing around over here. Synagors can kill the Soul of Damnation crew in real quick step. Shot goes over the head. Synagors get on top of the crew. Hellstriders are close enough, though, and I think it's going to end up being okay. You can see there, they're really chewing into these poor guys. But yeah, leadership problems come in immediately because the Lord is gone, and they're going to rout real quick there. We'll wind this one down. Good rear charge onto the Zangors. You can see that Zangor unit has gotten some pretty decent value. That's a crazy 2v1, and they were actually able to hold for that long. Really whack. Chimera's gotten its value back and a little bit more. Zangor's doing whatever it is that they're doing. Just trying to hold this middle, or trying to retake this middle point. I don't even know if that's going to happen. Actually able to flip it. Don't know how long that's going to last, though. I mean, Forsaken all up on this one. Zangor is doing their best to try and outgrind these guys. Zangors versus Forsaken is a pretty even fight. In my experience, a full health Zangor, as long as they didn't get charged by the Forsaken, tend to win. They're holding really nicely here, but Forsaken able to break through. Gorm could be going for this back point. Not doing so. He's doing a good job of defending the number 1. And it looks like he is going to take the number 2. He's got too many units here. Tzeentch not able to hold it. Gorm gonna round that one out with a good, solid middle cap. Walk away. Feeling pretty good about himself. He played that well outside of the early, like, chicanery with his metal Sorcerer Lord. I would never fly your Sorcerer Lord back there like that. Bad idea against Tzeentch. Tzeentch has a lot of ways that they can punish risky movements like that. It's better to not give them the opportunity. That's true. I'm just giving you an idea of what is the what are the solid units, just for the future. Yeah, the Tzeentch Chaos Warriors, I believe. Actually, they may only be 25 gold more. Oh, no, they're not. Wait, did they go down in price? Because I'm thinking of the Forsaken. The Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch are 50 gold more than the Chaos Warriors of, you know, just like Warriors of Chaos. But they're the same price as Khorne Warriors. Although, I will say Khorne Chaos Warriors massively outperform the Tzeentch variant by a pretty fair margin typically because of the Frenzy. I mean, the melee attack and the ITP, pretty damn good. On top of that, you get the extra weapon strength. 10% is 10%. It's pretty decent damage. Yeah, all of the marked variants are the same price, except for Slaanesh. Slaanesh is the, they're 800 gold too. Fair enough. Alright. I guess I keep mixing them up with, like, some of the Forsaken variants are more expensive. Like, the Nurgle Forsaken are 850. Tzeentch Forsaken are 825. Khorne Forsaken are 800. Regular Forsaken are 750. Those prices are kind of all over the place. But it looks like the Chaos Warriors have been standardized. Yeah, 800 across the board. What about the Chosen, though? Chosen are a little, back and forth. Could watch some Wood Elves versus Tzeentch. Actually, one of the better Tzeentch matchups. And we can see if Joe rallies. Let's watch another Joe Dalton game. I don't want to, I don't want to rag on him. He played pretty well that last game for the fact that I've only seen him around. I don't even know if I've ever watched that Joe Dalton play before. And Gorm is a pretty good player, so he did pretty decently, all things considered. Just needs to optimize his builds a little bit more. This is not a build that you want to bring against the Wood Elves. So Wood Elves are obviously just packed to the brim with bow infantry. This is where you actually want the Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch, and the reason you want the Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch is because they have silver shields. And they're a little slower than Zangors, so Zangors are the reserve infantry that you have for this matchup, so they can get up to the lines quicker. You open up with Chaos Warriors, because the Chaos Warriors just bonk Dryads into oblivion. They beat up on Eternal Guards pretty good, and they resist the Waywatcher fire like crazy with the silver shields and the barrier. It's very hard for Wood Elves to break down the Tzeentch infantry because of that. And here's the thing: don't bring a Chaos Sorcerer Lord against the Wood Elves. Bring a Chaos Lord. I'll point him out at the end of the game, and you bring a Cultist, because Cultists have fire magic, and fire magic just owns the Wood Elves for obvious reasons. I mean, low armor across the board. Dryads are weak to fire, plus fire damage gets around Fizz Res. Or the fire and magic damage gets around Fizz Res. Burning Head, it's already a great spell, just absolutely clowning on these low armor front lines of the Wood Elves, and then breaking through onto all of their archers is the way you kind of want to go here. I mean, the full court press is coming in, but it's looking rough. I mean, there's just been so many strong, high-value volleys coming in from the Waywatchers onto the Lord, the Forsaken. Even the Marauders are getting hammered pretty bad because they just have a bronze shield. It's 20% less likely to dodge any of the shots. Or block any of the shots, rather. Not really dodging them. It just starts to look a little rough. Chaos Spawn Summon comes down, and they get a little damage on the Hawkeyes. That's a good engagement for Akold. Akold gets into the... Oh my god, that Arrow of Kurnus, bro. What was that? That's dumb. Anyways. Acold gets on top of the Waystalker. Waystalker just point blanks Arrow of Kurnus up into these two units. Just perfectly curves down the line and just chunks down all those infantry. And Tzeentch is just getting dumpstered here in the middle. They also kind of spread themselves out a little bit too thin. Like, they've got a bunch more units up here than the Wood Elves do, but the Wood Elves honestly are fine with that because the game is so early in. Like, okay, I'll cede my high ground objective if it means you have to leave 4 units up here to my 3. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to just shoot you to death on the other side and then overwhelm, and then we're just going to kill all these other units as we rotate around with our Wild Riders and our missiles and our Eternal Guard, and we're going to cap the number 2 behind you. Great strategizing. Doombolt, I'm getting real sick of Doombolt again. It does an obscene amount of damage. I mean, it's better than when it was just pathetically useless. They need to put this on a much longer cooldown, though. This needs to be on, like, a proper, like, 60-second, maybe even longer cooldown. 47 for how strong this is a little much, in my opinion. Like, I'm all for spells like this being hard-hitting. Don't make it possible to just get in there and just, like, spam down heroes within the first, like, 5 minutes of a game. It sucks. It's so annoying. Like, basically, against Wood Elves, what you need to count on is there being Doombolt. And if there is, you just hide your Lord. And then you just, like, send everything else for a little while. Get your, like, caster in to just, like, hopefully hit, like, a big burning head or something and then run away. You just try and stay 200 meters away at all times. These Spellweavers are a nightmare. And Blade Wind is a really good spell, too. Now, Blade Wind, I don't have a problem with, because it's a pretty short duration. You really need to be on top of where you're casting it for it to be really effective, and, you know, it's got a little bit more skill expression baked into it. Doombolt just, like, always hits, because it, like, tracks coming down. Sometimes you can dodge it. It's very spotty, though. Hard to count on dodging it. It's just the fact that there's not great counterplay around Doombolt. Other than just hiding and cowering, which is... It's a strategy, but it's leaving a lot of initiative available to your opponent to take advantage of. And Wood Elves just thrive when they're able to take initiative away from their opponent. Like, they've already got enough tools to be able to force you into bad positions. Them having one of the best snipe spells in the game, it did not need to happen. Wild Riders are out, sweeping up. Joe has just gotten smacked up. And that's another Doombolt going down and hitting the Changebringers this time. Spellweaver with about 1,000 gold worth of... well, actually, he's on the Unicorn, too. 1,300 gold Spellweaver. Hadn't paid for herself, technically. Although that last... Doombolt finishing off the Changebringers gets her there. And chalk up another, like, 200 or so, because all the crumbling that it caused on them. Our horsemen doing their thing, trying to poke down the War Dancers. Good targeting priority from Joe. He just can't protect it all. He's just got no units left, so Wood Elves are just running wild over him at that point. So, Forsaken are not bad against Wood Elves, but they are not an early summon unit. Not when you have Zangors on the docket, or Chaos Warriors. Especially the Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch, because the magic damage that they have, they get around the Phys Res on all the Wood Elf units. Like, there isn't a single Wood Elf unit other than Wildwood Rangers that is going to take a melee fight against Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch in a one-on-one and have a good time. Like, really, at that point, Wild Riders or, like, Volley Fire and Magic are going to be the best ways to clear out those numbers. It's going to be pretty hard if your opponent goes for Doombolt Caster. Like, the one thing Doombolt does not do well is get rid of infantry. I mean, if they're, like, super blobbed up, it can do some good damage to them. It really is mostly just for single entities, though. So if you just fill out... Here, let me show. Get this guy on his disc. Bring Colossal Strike. I'd bring Paragon of Change too. It's not bad. Don't need Change Your Die. Don't need Storm Cloud. Mirror of Knowledge is kind of cheeky, but you gotta get really close before this pops. I mean, 55 meters is like a big effect area, but you gotta fly right over Way Watchers and stuff, and there's a lot of really scary Wood Elf combos that they can do to just absolutely own you. So go Kindle Flame. Wand of Whimsy is actually really good because it gives a melee attack to all your units. It's basically a, I mean, it's a mini Wa effect. Those are always strong. Just get this guy on a horse, have him run in, pop Burning Head, and just try to not get doom bolted and blasted to bits by Way Watchers, and call it a day. Synagor's not good against Wood Elves, but Chaos Knights of Tzeentch are. Now, for newer players, I would just recommend going for the Sword and Board variant and getting used to using Chaos Knights. You want to keep these guys charging as much as possible. Once you are more experienced, then you bring the Lance variant, because their charge bonus is absolutely cracked. And CA finally came to their senses and made these guys the same price as the Sword and Board variant. They're not necessarily a straight upgrade, but particularly for fighting against the Wood Elves, where the fights are very fast and very furious, the charge bonus is more important. Let's get like 3 of these guys. I really like Furies early against Wood Elves, but that's not always a great idea. I think a couple Marauders could be okay, but honestly probably just prefer to get 2 Zangors. I really don't hate the idea of pinks. Or you can just bring some blues to fill out a little bit and have some counterfire. Because blue Hars will do good damage to Dryads and War Dancers, Blade Singers, like all kinds of units they can hit and do some really good damage to for a pretty cheap price. I did like that Chariot idea. Might be worth throwing one in somewhere. Marauders of Tzeentch with the spears probably just get shot to death, so I don't know, man. I mean, like 2 Marauders maybe. It's not great. You really just need to play against the Wood Elves differently than you do every other faction, because you need to know what missile units the Wood Elf player is bringing, because that changes the approach completely, depending on what they have. If they have like a massive line of Glade Guard, you're going to run into trouble with this particular little build. I mean, it'll still be better than the Forsaken Rush, but if they have like a massive wall of Glade Guard, then you need to build up and bring out like Forsaken and the Chaos Knights before you go in. Furies ain't bad here. Screamers, I don't know how Screamers are. Shrieking Sky Rays with Lamprey's Bite are always good, because this does a bunch of damage in its radius. It's really good value trade tool, actually. Cast it from a decent ways out. 100 meters is fairly close in, but still pretty good range. 2300, I mean, mix and match, but I mean, really, dude, if you just go infantry wall against the Wood Elves and just force them to grind through everything, oftentimes that's really not a bad way to go. Because they'll run out of steam, you just get a few good burning heads off, and you can laugh at your opponent as they flail away at your front line with, like, units that are at half health or even less, oftentimes. And the Chaos Lord is literally just here to fly around and beat up on somebody like Sisters of Twilight. If there's no expensive Lord, this guy literally just hides at the back of the map until your opponent's used all the magic, or they're like running out of ammo on their skirmish units, then you can engage him in. It's a really tricky matchup, but I think with the fire damage and tons of shields and a little bit of like cheap shooting, it's your best bet against the Wood Elves. Screamers are not worth running. Okay. Five Zangors, five Chaos Warriors, five Blue Horrors, five Chaos Knights, five what else? Five Furies, yeah. You can get 55 of all of those, you'd be having a good time. Watched a lot of Wood Elves. Oh, God. I don't even want to cover this. I mean, this is just unwinnable for, unless the Tomb Kings just completely, like, fumble. This is basically an unwinnable matchup for Skaven. They suck against Tomb Kings. It is disgusting how weak they are to them. See about it, though. I mean, it's a scroll build. Kotep is honestly the right call. Normally, Cetra is the guy you want to bring if you're running into lots of, like, low-tier infantry. But weapon teams actually beat Cetra up pretty bad. He's a little vulnerable to them. Kotep has Sandstorm. Bound. And it does a ton of damage. It's really strong, even against Storm Vermin. Sekhmet also does pretty good damage. And he's got the Lich Staff, which increases cooldowns on all abilities and spells, which wrecks the Skaven, because they love their magic. Skaven magic is really good. If it's not the Plague magic, then it's Ruin. Ruin is way better, as a general rule of thumb. But even Plague magic has a time and place and does decent work. This is also really going to mess with Skrulk, because it's going to put Rod of Corruption and Liber Bubonicus on cooldown. Dwarfing Menace rolling up. Packmaster is a really good character. I love Packmasters. I wish people used them on the Broodhorror more, because I actually think they're one of the better choices in the game. Do a bunch of damage. Good HP pool with regen, and leadership for Skaven is not that bad. I mean, the hallmark of Skaven is just like dog water leadership. I mean, genuinely abominable stuff going on with these guys. They don't hold worth a damn. You know, even clan rats are at base 45. So when you're talking about being up at 55 leadership, that's like skink leadership. Skinks have 55 leadership. You know, skinks are a little flimsy at times, but as long as they're not getting rear charge, they can hold pretty well. And this guy's got poison as well. Good charge bonus. Cheap source of terror as well. A lot going for him. I like the double Packmaster Broodhorror combo, actually. Especially if you go for somebody like Skrulk, who's, you know, on foot and can be a little vulnerable, having, like, a quick response team to run after your opponent's like stuff that might be trying to attack him is pretty good. So it looks like it gets Zap Cannon was able to hit Kotep. Just a big unforced error, honestly. Really no reason to allow the Zap Cannon to hit your Lord like that. You just keep him back and keep him safe. See, the cannon is looking to hit Chosen of the Gods now. Chosen of the Gods are a little far back. It's mostly Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats, like a bunch of garbage, so it's not like really anything you need to worry about. Would like to see them maybe be in a little bit better position, though, to avoid the Warp Lightning Fire. Because they can always rotate around to the other side over here. It wouldn't take them long either. See him taking a hit here. Goes to a knee, but he gets right back up. He is fine. He'll be okay. Oh, Screaming Skull Catapult, Insta-Break, Skaven Slave Spears. A lot of bodies getting up into the mix. Okay. This is like the perfect place for Skrull to be. Is up here. Like, you just summon the Clan Rats, run your little ass up into this pocket and pop Rod of Corruption and nuke that entire position. Rod of Corruption does a wicked amount of damage. That's a beautiful Pestilent Breath. Wow. Almost 400 gold out of that. No way, dude. Packmaster and the Dwarf Thing Menace are going after the cavalry. Long gone are the days where Doomflayers were anti-cavalry. I kid you not, they used to be one of the better like anti-cav tools in the game because of the way that their like weapon strength and I think they had more melee attack. They had a lot more weapon strength at base. Now they like lowered the weapon strength. They gave them a massive bonus versus infantry to like even it all out. Just kind of interesting. Definitely worked. I mean, they're great against infantry. I mean, I guess they can mix up with some skeleton horse archers and not care, but they don't just beat, like, actually good cav units now. You know, they used to be able to kill, like, silver helms and winged lancers and stuff. Is really stupid. Sandstorm kind of whiffing here, but the second Sandstorm, and we've had one Sandstorm, yes. But what about second Sandstorm? I don't know, ask the Skaven. They certainly are not having a good time about it. I mean, barely needed the Sandstorms, because the Skaven are, like, so range heavy here, and they're just literally sacrificing garbage units. I mean, McFlatus has a value lead. Oh my god, he's got Death Run. He's got Death Runners. Guys, shh, 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 shh. Shh. Don't spoil the surprise. This is actually really cool. I really like this. He's going for a really deep set dive with the Death Runners. I mean, this is a big risk. I mean, these guys could get caught out by something coming from the Vanguard reinforcement point. But honestly, McFlatus is kind of playing it the right way if you're going to be going for a deep dive like this. You're not pushing up here onto the back point. You're like making your opponent think that you're not going to be sending anything over here so they don't summon anything from this Vanguard. And you just gun it for the artillery from here. Packmaster's pretty beat up on you lose the number 3. It's pretty painful. Skaven need to get up on a point and start grabbing some of this stuff. Dwarf Thing Menace is some good damage and value so far. Skrull has 1,000, doing pretty good. Needed to summon on top of himself, though. I would love to see Skrull become meta again. I don't think it's ever going to happen, but actually I'm really liking his performance against the Tomb Kings, at least so far. Wolf Rats. Wolf Rats are really not a good tool here. They're flimsy as is. They don't have frenzy or anything. They just get frightened with 34 base leadership. I mean, come on. They are not going to work against Tomb Kings. Everything causes fear. Literally everything. Even the catapult crews cause fear. they're not going to have a good time. Leave them off the table. It's like one of the matchups where they are bad. It's 550 gold you could spend elsewhere. Honestly, spend the money on another Doomflayer. Dude, this Doomflayer has 300 kills. Crazy business. Skullclone needs to get the hell out of here. He does not need to be in this fight. Oh, Deathrunner's going to get after Kotep. And Roderick is busy elsewhere and doesn't notice the dive. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, the Deathrunners actually rip him up pretty quick. Crumbling and gone. Oh, and he just spent all his money summoning over here, too. Ouch, dude. Deathrunners, go. Go, 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 go. Get the artillery, McFlatus, please. If you're going on deep missions like this, you gotta keep an eye out for them when they actually get where they need to go. Oh, beautiful Rod of Corruption. Oh my god, dude. It does so much damage to infantry. Now, there wasn't really expensive stuff here. I would have preferred to see it used against the Kefir Guard. Would have been the most optimal target, but... swear out some skeletons. Not bad at all. Oh, no. I forgot about him, and now they're going to get charged by the Nakar Horsemen. You know, Roderick saw his lord die. He knows something's over here. He brings the Nakar Horsemen over. Been outmaneuvered, though. It does get on top of the catapult. Very quickly collapsing on the rear of them. Tearing them up. Skrulk should just run away. The only reason Skrulk should ever come back is for one last Rod of Corruption. Otherwise, he just hides the rest of this one. Deathrunners get rear charged. They take a bunch of damage. They're holding on by the barest of margins here. They do kill the crew, though. It's a huge win for the Skaven. That's massive, because Screaming Skull Catapults provide a double leadership effect debuff. They do the damage by artillery modifier, which is a -10. And then there's Take Cover, which is a -8. And that is 18 leadership, which is disgusting against Skaven for obvious reasons. Stack Fear that the Skaven are going to be experiencing on top of that. And really, Skaven are functionally losing 26 leadership at all times at the Screaming Skull Catapult on the field. Wherever it's shooting, at least. Dwarf Thing Menace, almost 400 kills. Is it going to get 400 kills? Still got enough HP to maybe close the ground on this Skeleton Archer. They're turning to Wheel and Fire. We'll see if they finish them before they get collapsed on, though. Dude, Iken Zap Zap Cannon has been demolishing this Tomb King army. 2,300 value. And it just chunked down that Skeleton Spear, or Skeleton Chariot. Dwarf Thing Menace gets hit and doesn't make it in. Damn. That's okay, though. Nice Vermintide Summon. Oh, and a beautiful Rod of Corruption. Dude, is the Nakar Horseman gonna just straight up die to that? I think with the Slinger Fire they will. Good unsummon on the Zap Zap Cannon. Skull with 1,900 val. What a guy. What a badass. Now, Skaven do have to cap all the points, though. They did very patiently build up and move Clan Rats and a Storm Vermin out to the number 1. Nakar Warriors over there. A lot of Skeleton Horse Archers here. Gonna muck up that capture pretty badly. I do believe it is triple cap territory. I'm always too lazy to do the math. I don't know it off the top of my head either. You have to have, what, 750 supplies before your opponent gets to 12? If you're going to be able to win on a double cap. Maybe it's 800.
The enemy has captured one of your victory points.
I think it might be 800. And they do lose the middle anyways. I mean, I'd be going for a triple cap regardless. I'd just focus on getting the number 2. Making sure that my units don't rout off the number 1 over here. And just building up infantry. to go for these points. Just like all the clan rats and storm vermin you can get out. There's endless recurring waves of them, in fact. Oh, the pestilent breaths have been so good. They have gotten some great value for the Skaven here. The Scroll coming over here ain't bad at all. He does have Contaminate. That is going to get the leadership down below the breakpoint. And, you know, most undead don't mind crumbling. Vampire accounts don't care about crumbling at all. Tomb Kings care about it less than Vampire Coast, but it is a Mortis Engine effect, essentially, on your opponent's units, and it stacks up pretty quick. If you can break leadership with these kinds of leadership effects, and it's more perpetual than just like a temporary leadership break from something like Doom and Darkness, it can really ruin your opponent's day. You do get the number 2 back. You got time, but you need to get over there. Need to start peeling off some more of the cap weight here. Doomflayers should rotate. I'd actually just send the Skaven Slave Slings to the back point there, just to protect a little bit. Warplock Jezzail's value's not that good. Dude, the Tomb King's gonna hold and win this game. Good rear charge from the Wolf Rats here. Right onto the rear of the Skeleton Horseman, and Skrulk is still holding. He didn't hear no bell. 900 HP, Wolf Rats chunking through those guys, man. Wow, what a good engagement from those Wolf Rats. Finally getting some damage done. We do get the flip. I think that's gonna be it. I don't think Roderick's going to retake. I mean, he's got no supplies. McFlatus is reinforcing, and he's got so many bodies on this objective, as is. Sepulchral Stalkers are getting attacked by the Packmaster. Packmaster only has 700 value, but just for the fact that he heal capped and soaked up a bunch of damage, and he's been supporting... He's providing the leadership and courage. It's something. It's a little bit unsung in terms of the heroism. Ooh! Cheeky last second back cap. This is why you gotta have stuff back here. Luckily, the Death Runners are gonna get up on this point in time. And Skaven Slave Slings, they're gonna be moving over. They're making pretty good time. Wolf Rats forcing the Tomb King's cavalry to engage off the point for this early stage, and Death Runners are going to get on the back of this and chew through these units pretty good. Not even going to see that. It's just going to be a tap out. I'm glad we watched this. I don't think I've seen the Skaven win that matchup ever before. Not in Warhammer 3, at least. Really nicely done. I think the War Sphinx needed to come up. That Terror would have been amazing, and it would have been really good for going deep against the weapon teams and Zap Cannon. Now, the way you do that is you get it up in the trees and just, like, move it up along the battlefield until you're, like, parallel to the teams in the artillery. You jump out of the trees and make the shortest possible distance to them as you can, and just get on top of them and run them down. Okay, it's 1,250 if at 1K. Okay, thank you. That's good context. Look, dude, I'm gonna be honest. When I play domination mode, I do not play objectives very well. Because I'm a corn main, so my goal is always just value trade your opponent into submission. That's my favorite play style, and I will never ever forgive... I'll never ever change that, and I expect no forgiveness or apologies about it. It's my biggest weakness as a player. is just how, like, aggressive I get. It works a lot of the time. But, you know, like, the best players, like Daniken and Inticity and Outer Region, Berserk, guys like that, I can beat them, but they're very good at surviving, like, really aggressive play. They know all the tricks in the book, so they're usually able to outpace me because of it. You can go back a little bit, Jaden, and take a peek at it. Yeah, that's a good way of thinking about it. Thank you, Citizen. I mean, yeah, you want to engage your opponent in melee, but the thing is with Khorne, if your opponent just kites back to their spawn points, and they just pull you in, I mean, they're going to run you over, because you don't have any magic to, like, really capitalize on making tons of space and, like, getting your opponent into, like, tight zones of control. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can kind of get in and get them sometimes if people go for really kitey builds and you get really good engagements, but a lot of the time they'll just run you around in a circle and you just have to sit on objectives, and I'm very impatient about sitting on points. Khorne is almost unplayable in this meta. Are they really? Are they really? Maybe it's time for another meta reset. Khorne is like the ultimate 50% win rate faction. Like, they dominate certain factions, and they get dominated by certain factions. Yeah, they're very traditional, like 48%. Who are they losing to? I'm looking at the win rates right now. Let's actually take a peek together. I have not been playing either, so I'm pretty good at winning some of these matchups that are a little harder for, like, newer Khorne players. You know, but I mean, there's no reason you should be losing to the Dowey. That's like an almost guaranteed win for Khorne if you're playing it right. I'm actually kind of shocked that they're dominating Empire, to be honest. Like, the win rates are completely flipped from last season almost. It's crazy. Look at this. Last season, where is Empire? Oh, whoops, I'm on the wrong faction. Yeah, last season, Khorne was losing horrifically to the Empire. 8, 6, and 15. And then this season, they're clowning them at 8 and 2. That's so weird, dude. Look, the meta shifts, and you just have to figure out what the new units that at work are. It goes back and forth all the time. And Khorne has a lot of really good tools. They're just never going to be a faction that is going to be top tier. It's just never going to happen. They don't have magic. They don't have snares. Except for Karenak's Prey of the Blood God, which is pretty good. Works nicely in some matchups, but you're going to get called out sometimes. Like, your opponent can skew their builds really heavily into countering certain things that Khorne does well, and you're not going to be able to stop that. And that's where the weakness of the faction comes in. Yeah. And it kind of fits, right? Because Khorne dominates the Dowey. They really are polarizing. Yeah, Fleshhound buffs are needed. Dude, Fleshhounds need 70 leadership. There's no reason for them to be that bad. And they need Strider. Like, Fleshhounds are supposed to be these preternaturally agile chaos monstrosities. Like, you read Gotrek and Felix, and they're like running around the ruins of what, like Carrick Doom or whatever, wherever they go in the Chaos Waste in the second omnibus, and the flesh hounds are genuinely some of the most horrifying sounding things imaginable, and they're agile in a way that nothing else can quite match. Why do they not have Strider so that they're not dog shit in forest fights? And that's another thing. Like, Khorne's Minotaurs, they can fight in trees. But that's it. Like, Blood Beasts can't fight in trees well. Fleshhounds suck in trees. Furies are okay in trees, I guess, but why, you know, you're using Furies all over the field anyways. Like, they either need Strider or they need the leadership buff. They don't need that much. Like, they're a solid unit. It's just that they crumble so weirdly and so quickly. It's frustrating. There's no reason for that. And they're a small number of entities, too. So they're easily surrounded. Which is why they're always losing and crumbling so quickly. Because they get surrounded by, like, one singular unit that they're trying to take a 1v1 against. And then they get these, like, they get attacked in flank, attacked in rear penalties applied to them, and they just die. You give them immune to flanking, I guess, but I actually think that would kind of make them broken. I just think the extra 10 leadership is enough, truthfully. I don't like seeing more and more units get immune to flanking. It is way too strong. It's like perfect vigor. It should be on very select specific units. And those units should be really good with it, but it should not be on everything. As much as I would love to see Fleshhounds have that particular effect, I think it's pretty appropriate that they are denied it. That should be for, like, you know, super top tier expensive units. I'm curious what CA is going to do in Warhammer 40k. Because I think they have an opportunity to make a truly untouchable multiplayer experience if they refine domination mode in 40k. Like, objectives are one of the calling cards of the tabletop anyways, right? Like, they can do a more interesting, like, variation of domination mode where they have objectives on maps that, like, alternate in what exactly it is you're trying to do. I think it'd be really hard to, like, come up with a system that works thoroughly, but that's why you have QA teams. That's why you, like, run dedicated groups to actually get designs down so that people can lock in and innovate on systems that you've already created. And that's, like, the one thing that CA, I think, is better at than most companies. They do change things up a lot. Sometimes for the worse, most of the time for the better. I think with a new engine, especially, they'll fix the problems with flying combat, they'll fix the problems with the weird chasing mechanics, where units just can't hit stuff for no reason at all. And I think they'll be able to, like, refine domination mode into a place where it's even more dynamic. Like, domination mode is already the most dynamic of all the game modes anyways. I just really love to see, like, some extra dimension added. With, like, more, like, modular objective play. Because other than that, it works great. I got rid of the early, like, combat mechanic BS and standardized, like, the supply rate and adjusted the tick rate, and I think it's in a really good place from those perspectives. What am I doing? Oh, I'm moving replays over. I'm just rambling so much I'm forgetting to do it. I have so many ideas. There's a million things they could do with this game. Wood Elves described several ways. Fun matchup to play has never been one of them. You know, one man's fun matchup is another man's dragging balls across glass. That's how I feel when I play Wood Elves. Feels miserable. Which one is it, Skull Taker? Send it to me in DMs and I'll do that one next. Yeah, Khorne kind of is like the Chaos Warrior faction, and then you just like load up on Blood Beasts. So it's you know, you're playing against your own best interest, but that's why you run Skull Taker every game. He's a demon. He loves not human people, I guess, right? Right? Oh my god. Oh my god, what the hell? Well, we were going to do another game, but then I spied this. I have not seen Double Iron Blaster in many an age. I was there, Gandalf, 3,000 years ago, when Double Iron Blaster was actually like the most meta thing you could run on Ogre Kingdoms at release. God, they were funny. It was miserable to play against. Double Iron Blaster with literally one-shot lords. It was really stupid. I don't know what it was about their damage. They were bugged to hell and back, man. So I'm pretty sure what was going on release was the missile strength. It's supposed to be split across 5 projectiles. I'm pretty sure each projectile, though, just had the full 1.2k strength. Because you would Iron Blaster, like Scarbrand, and take half his health out with just one shot. It was hilarious time. What a time to be alive. They're way worse now. They're really not that good. But maybe Schneezy knows something. Shows of the gods are moving up. You got Tomb Guard Halberds. This is a pretty good matchup for Tomb Guard Halberds. I mean, they just dominate Noblars. Noblars just bounce off of Tomb Guard. And then Ogre Bulls, they don't do too hot, even if they're on top of Noblars against Tomb Guard. Like, yeah, they can do a bunch of damage to these guys, but Tomb Guard, with their 47 melee defense, are annoyingly resilient, even for dual weapon Bulls, with their good weapon strength to get rid of. So Lead Belchers tend to be your answer, but Lead Belchers get countered by Ushapti Great Bows really hard. Right now it's just Chosen of the Gods. First shot from the Iron Blasters, it's actually not bad. I would probably ride them in a little closer and try and get slightly more accurate shots off. It's a nice start, though. Might even want to turn and hit these Skeleton Horse Archers. I mean, each of the missiles from the Iron Blaster will do huge damage to these guys. Takes 15 models out. Chosen of the Gods moving back up. Good. Spirit Leech. Wet Noodle Contest on the objective. Not fighting. Just literally capping, because both sides have expendable cap weight all over the point. And they're both struggling to take it as a result. Burning Head coming down. Pretty nicely placed. A little unfortunate that Skeleton Spearman moved when it did. Let's see if it clips this other Skeleton Warrior. Actually, perfectly down the line, but does roast the Pigback Rider a little bit. That's a fine Burning Head. It's not winning you any games, but respectable damage. Flingers opening up. I love Nobbler Flingers. I mean, these guys, crazy cost effective. 300 gold unit that will just, like, value trade, double their value shooting anything. As long as they use all their ammo, they're going to get, like, 500-600 value. It adds up real quick. Nice Iron Blaster shot. Dude, these Iron Blasters are actually doing a lot of damage. 946 value. Wait, they killed... Oh, I missed the shot of the Skeleton Horse Archer. No. And shows that the gods are getting bullied also. Dude, Revenge of the Iron Blaster. Oh my god. Oh, that's a juicy burning head. Bye-bye, Skellies. Tomb Guard not looking too hot. Blood Vulture is just running down the Eyes of the Desert right now. Iron Blaster. Some more good damage. Takes another 2 models off the Chosen of the Gods there. 386 and 946 here. These things do have a lot of ammo. 20 shots is, that's a chunky ammo pool. We'll have plenty left to give. Yeah, Schneezy finally noticing and moving around the flank there. And the Chosen of the Gods are just straight up crumbling. Misses that shot, though. Honestly, I would just drive away now. Like, they're crumbling, they're gone, they're not coming back. I'd go looking for an opportunity just to get these guys up on the point and help take this away from the Tomb Kings. And point blank shot these Sepulchral Stalkers off the field. Although they could, because Iron Blasters really aren't that slow, they got 66 speed. Actually pretty quick. They could just drive around the back here and point blank them from behind. Shopty being summoned. Not a very good summon. Schneezy just needs to roll these guys away. Look at these flingers. How much they got? 237. Wow, they're killing it. Not quite, but Eyes of the Desert are really beat up after their fights. And Golg with his Bugmans. Forget about sniping this guy. I love Bugman's Brew. This is such a fun item. I guess 55 meters is pretty big. I mean, almost as big as this blue circle here. If not the exact same range. Which would actually show, but whatever. It's plenty of room for units that are, like, chasing Golg down to stop him from healing, but if he does disengage and disengage a reasonable distance, he just pops the heal, gets back up to full, and then he can just, like, yellow him back in. He's super fun. Excuse me. Golg is one of my favorite characters in the entire game. Ooh. Downtown on the flank. Getting the Sepulchral Stalkers nice and low. But look, this is the classic fail point of the Ogre Kingdoms. Noblars don't hold. The Ogre Bulls struggle against Skellies, Tomb Guard, and Spears, and everything in between. It's a little frustrating, but killing the Sepulchral Stalker is nice. I mean, get cap weight up and get that point, man. I mean, just find a way. Yellow that Ogre Bull into delay. Iron Guts coming in. Powder Guts on the field. And the Lead Belcher is going to just stop anything from pushing this back point. It's really well positioned. I mean, these things demolish Tomb Guard as they try to advance. So, Welsh Lion playing passively over here is not bad at all. Definitely a good idea. Good heal in the Eyes of the Desert, Iron Guts, and the Iron Blasters. Gonna be looking for some value. Yes! No! What are you shooting at? Yes! Ooh! Evil Iron Blaster Fireman. 1,500 value there. Almost 1,000 on the other. Dude, this one is crazy efficient too. That's gonna... That's gross. What can skeletons do against such reckless hate?
One of your units has been destroyed.
I will say some of the Iron Blasters are, I think, the other problems. But the Ogre Kingdoms are rearing their head enough that I don't know if they're going to be able to win this one regardless. Ooh, nice burning head. They've been so good this game. They just can't clear enough of the bodies out. Firebelly's getting real low too, man. Rag Banner. Whoa, okay. I mean, interesting. Golg is just about heal capped. Lead Belchers getting saved over here. Powder Guts are moving over. Man, I think the Lead Belchers need to be over here. Just shredding into the Skellies. So I think the Burning Heads have done good HP damage, but they're just not finishing units quickly enough. Because the Noblars can't hold in. And because the Iron Guts and the Ogre Bulls can't engage effectively, Ogre Kingdoms with their value lead are just not getting the, just not getting quite enough kills to justify everything they've been trying to do. So Powder Guts can shoot this, and the Iron Blasters with their scatter should just be shotgun blasting all of the infantry here. Chosen the Gods would go down hard enough to the Ogre Pistols. Ooh, good flank. Sepulchral Stalkers getting around the side. Ooh, my voice, man. Excuse me. Sepulchral Stalkers getting around the side here and blasting the Lead Belchers up pretty nicely. Powder Guts moving back over. Lead Belchers rotating, but now there's a Carrion to potentially land on them. Oh, maybe a little too deep into the range. And, you know, Golg has not really been able to fight anything decent. I mean, he's just not been able to get any good engagements. Looks like the Carrion got caught on the Powder Guts, and the Lead Belcher maneuvers over, looking to get some shots into the flanks of all these spearmen. And the Tomb Guard. Whoa. Necrotech. What's going on? Oh, the Necrotech got point blanked by Deadeye, I think. It's awesome. Good shot from Golg. Just get him in here and kill this guy. That way the Iron Blaster can maneuver out. Find some more fights. Yeah, Stalker's going down over here, man.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Welsh Line has somehow found the lead, though. Got all these bodies coming in, but you're going to need the triple cap, I think. That's going to be tough, dude. Welsh is just piling up supplies. Oh my god, 2,300 and Sneezy, man. He has just been desperately trying to make it happen. I mean, the Iron Blaster got good value. Because the other one has been doing amazing. Lead Belchers have done great. Powder Guts are doing great. It's just the Pigback Riders and all the other Noblar units holding back this build. It's not like you can't bring them, though. Like, you have to bring them. If you don't have any Noblars, the trades would be even worse at the Ogre Bulls. Cheeky trying to cap away here. You got Skeleton Horsemen coming in. Bouncing out with the Saber-Tusk packs and the Blood Vultures to kill this unit. So, just a little thing. Saber-Tusks engage in the front. Blood Vultures fly around the back and land on the rear. Clean up that fight real quick. Iron Blaster against the big single entity. Is it going to hit effectively? Already took a nice chunk of HP out of this thing. 1,900 value. Noblar Flingers is 600 value here. Goated. Iron Guts not doing well, though, at all. Very fortunate dodge for the Sphinx. But Powder Guts in position. God, this battle of attrition, man. What do we got over here? Noblars. Yeah, Noblar, Firebelly. I would get... once you get 1,300, I'd just get 2 dual weapon bulls and just bum rush that back point. I don't know if you even have dual weapon bulls, though. I haven't seen any this game. Definitely need them. Sphinx has been just shot to bits. Powder Guts and the Lead Belchers and the Iron Blaster. Push it way back. Finally get the cap here. Only 120 seconds, give or take, to work with, though, and that's a big uphill climb. I mean, I know you're doing pretty decently. Considering how bad this matchup is, Sneezy has been dominating, honestly. This is about as good as it gets for the Ogre Kingdoms. And I'm really curious if the Iron Blaster play can't be refined just a little bit more. I mean, this is a little far away to be firing at infantry from. You can, like, drive up. This is what I do with Skull Cannons also. So Skull Cannons and Iron Blasters, both a little inaccurate at max range. If you want to hit infantry accurately, what you do is you drive up, get right up next to the enemy infantry, and you fire down the length of the enemy unit. You will kill 20 or 30 models with each shot, and the Iron Blaster might even, like, half the HP off of them. Firing from back here, the spread is just a little too much. This is fine to keep all these bodies back here. I think it's just too late. I don't see enough cap weight getting on this point to steal it away. Sneezy is bringing an Ogre Bull out now, but he just took too long to get them on the field. He's been banking, you know, 1,900, 2,000 supplies thereabout for quite a while now. He's got to have more stuff in reserve that he's just not summoned in. Ogre Bulls are getting chewed up by the Carrion, actually. Carrion, and then the spears that are underneath there doing some good damage. Gold, Firebelly, Saber Tusk Pack. Oh, Powder Guts gotta get on this point. Little mistakes like that have lost Sneezy this game. Oh, it's so close. No. Oh, dude.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
Oh, the Powder Guts get on that point. I think they maybe flip it. Maybe. Glory Days the Iron Blaster, though. Jeez Louise. No dual weapon bulls. I mean, I guess it's fine. I just don't like Iron Guts, bro. I mean, honestly, I'd just cut the Iron Gut and get 2 more Ogre Bulls in here. Everything else was kind of cooking for the ogres there. Kislev versus Ogre Kingdoms is defined by Little Grom. Little Grom just absolutely dominates Ogre Kingdoms. It's not even funny. Little Grom will take like 5 or 6 Ogre Bulls down with each shot. Stupid effective. You bring a Drugina and restock them. You can just go double Little Grom Drugina and then a bunch of Kislevite warriors backed up by like Kossar spears. And Ogre Kingdoms will not touch you. I mean, they'll get in on you, probably, and do a bunch of damage, but you can just blast them away. You just have Kislevite warriors sitting on top of little Grom, so anything that tries to touch them just gets stopped, and then you're point blank shooting everything into oblivion. Plus, you outrange lead belchers by a mile. It's not even close. And there's nothing that the Ogre Kingdoms really have to kill Grom either. I don't have any long-range artillery that's very effective against it. Awesome. I'll take a look at it, Skull Taker. Thank you, dude. Ooh, who's this? Answering a question for somebody. Oh, Greenskin Zinch. Hell yes. Drop all these replays over as well. There it is. Okay. I mean, yeah, let's go. That's a build. I like it. Regis is a really good Zinch player. I'm curious what he's going to do against all this anti-infantry. Bum rushing his Zangors and Pinkars immediately. He does have a big chicken.
The past is set, the future forecast. Only the present is unresolved.
Alright, perfect. So the Blue Fire is great against Greenskins because you can just snipe all their lords and casters. Barely any input. Pendulum whiffs the second Wolf Rider Archer. Not that big of a deal though. Yeah, I don't know about Pendulum personally, but it's not a bad spell. Blue Fire is definitely going to be putting in a majority of the heavy lifting. I would really prefer to see Zinch's Firestorm on Kairos especially. Zinch's Firestorm is not that much more expensive than Pendulum and just does more damage in general. Plus, with the spell intensity boost from Greater Arcane Conduit, it's really gnarly. You could just drop Firestorm right here, and you'd probably kill all the Boarboy Biggins that are attacking this Zangor. Which would be worth it. It would not be a bad trade. Decent little Blue Fire against the Snotlings. Zangors are really getting dogpiled here, but it is a bunch of squigs. And then I got squig hoppers. So, I mean, if you just have all of this going at once, man, I actually think you would have had a pretty good engagement here. Good matchup. I think you really could have probably just completely broken your opponent's back by going in. Just going around these Zangors here. Making sure to get on all these pink horrors. I think you lock them down with the squig hoppers. Pretty sure squig hoppers will kill a pink horror pretty quickly. Pump wagons do break here.
The enemy has captured one
Biggins rolling around, trying to do their thing. Trying to lock down Kairos, but he is staying pretty far apace of them. Wolf Rider archers are a little beat up, but the Pump Wagon is doing a good job of clearing out the Zangors. Definitely need them to get out and then back in with a good cycle charge. Ooh, double Senegor Zinch is going to be so nasty. So this is where you gotta retreat. Durkit Squigs are going to get dominated by the Senegors. Senegors have a way better charge bonus. They have perfect vigor. They pile into combat more efficiently. The 57 melee attack is going to be nice, and you'll probably get some decent revenge here on the Senties. It's only going to last another 3 seconds, though. You get through the shield, and that's about it. Now, with that wearing off, it's going to start looking a little rough again. And your opponent can hammer an anvil right here. Might want to go and save the Lord. This is why Zinch's Firestorm is better as well. Because Pendulum is not going to get these boar boys off of you. Firestorm on tightly blobbed units like this, absolutely disgusting and devastating. It would own these guys. Zangors die horrifically over here. Now Squighoppers are just all over this dude. Oh my god, this build is not bad. I like this. This is cheeky, man. Oh, gotta get your war boss away from A-Cold. Did manage to. I would guess that you got a fermented fungi off on Kairos, which is how he got surrounded to begin with, which is awesome. Broken Tusk mob. Going right up the gut. Terror routes, though, at the last second against the Orc Boar Boys. Little unfortunate. The Senegor is still really healthy. This Senti gets folded up, though. Oh, man. Wow. Yeah, Flappas and Orc Boys and just being surrounded by so much just wears them down. And they're not able to get what they need to done. Good value lead. More Boar Boys coming in, just all mobile units. Not a single unit below 70 speed. How fast are pump wagons? Who's to say? Beautiful Zinch army ability. Oh, there's 70 speed as well. It's actually wild. Really nice Zinch bombardment. I mean, those were reasonably healthy units, and now they're all dead. I mean, even if they don't route here, functionally unusable, so you should just unsummon all these guys. A lot of the pink horrors are dead, but they're honestly also hanging on pretty decently. This is the thing about demons, man. As long as the demons don't have their leadership broken and they start getting hit by the demonic instability, they are just disgusting at line holding. Just because of the Fizz res, and pinks don't even have good melee defense. 26 is not that great. They're just mitigating the damage with the Fizz res. Getting some cheeky summons. Just barely finding ways to stay alive. This is grim, though. What are you saving up this many supplies for? What is Aeson about to come in? Paging Regis. Oh, it is a... It's actually Aeson. Okay, wow. Excuse me. Science infection and hiccups is more likely than you think.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Aeson is going to bully all of these greenskin units. Skulltaker's a little thin. I mean, he's got all 3 points, though. Ooh. Ooh, buddy. Aeson bullying so far. 500 value already. He's been out on the field for like 30 seconds. That Maelstrom of Change, Tides of Transformation, his good weapon strength, melee attack, and everything, man. He's just such a good unit. $800 value spawn. Not bad. Tzeentch spawn are actually deceptively strong. Because of the armor sundering and the barrier on them, they can be kind of a nightmare. Decent pendulum just to stop the unsummon. Akold's still alive. 3100 supplies, brother. What are you doing? Bocav for Aeson. Mogrib's Mangy Marauders specifically. Because Aeson does have 70 armor, so the little regular Wolf Raider cavalry, they don't do too much to him. Mogrubs would farm this guy. They'd get stupid amounts of value off of him. I do not like the Acid Burpa summon. I mean, it's not like a bad unit, it's just that I don't really see the point in having it on the field right this second. I mean, Akold is just kind of running around in the middle of nowhere. You'd rather have some units to, like, stop the Zangors from moving up on your points. Yeah, this is like the area where a full mobility build starts to run into some problems. Because you don't have line holders, and you're relying on shock damage, if you're not rotating your units quickly enough, you start ceding objectives unnecessarily. It could have just had the Boarboy Biggins like parked on the edge of this point, doing literally anything they can to stop your opponent from getting the caps going. Wolf Rider's on the way in. Zangor is over here. Acid Burpa is like beating Akold, but Akold is just healing through it. He's just an annoying guy to try and kill. He's just getting knocked over a bunch and avoiding a lot of damage. Actually gets a nice slap in there. Oh no. No comment. Ladies and gentlemen, no comment. As a filthy Tzeentch army ability. I know it's hard to catch it every time, but you gotta keep an eye out against Tzeentch, because that is their comeback mechanic, baby. You cannot let yourself get blobbed up like that and then miss your opportunity to retreat, because there's nothing locking you in here. Like, just get away from Aeson when you see that big old circle. Good cleanup by the Senegors over here. They kill the pump wagon. Zangors got bullied, but they'll rally, and the cap is incoming for the #1 objective also. Dude, an Akold is beating the... Excuse me. Oh my god. I'm sorry about the hiccups, guys. It's driving me crazy too, I promise. Akold is beating the Acid Burpa. What is this thing doing? Hello? It's like aura farming on him. Incredible. Working as intended, as you can tell. Still got the cap in the middle. Oh, but more Zangors incoming.
Take it back.
More Centigors incoming, too. Zangors got run over early, but now that they've actually stood and fought a little more, value really isn't too bad on a lot of them. Dude, A-Cold is just hard carrying this game right now. I mean, 2,000 value. He's got quite a bit of HP left. He's dominating. This is rough, bro. Oh no. What is happening? What is it doing? It's still standing here. Throws up on him. It's kind of rude. Now it's just waddling into him again. That is bizarre. What the hell? Alright, Wolf Rider's trying to grab this point. 1460 on tickets. Just a moment to grab the points is all that's needed here. Ooh. No way. Dude, the pump wagons routed the Centigors? Huh? Whack, dude. Really, really whack. Wolf Riders get run off. Easy peasy, though. Aeson, if he makes contact with this pump wagon, might tear route them immediately. Routing. Babies. What, the pump wagons don't want to fight this god-awful gribbly monster from the chaos wastes? The Tides of Transformation and Aura of Mutation proccing over and over again is just ruining so many of these units, man. Oh my god. And that's going to be a tap out. Brutal loss for Skulltaker. I mean, it was just like one or two mistakes. It wasn't anything like, you know, you were fumbling all game. It's just your opponent hit a couple of the comeback mechanics and just got on his points and didn't give them up. And Aeson was a nightmare to fight. I mean, he just had you in a vice grip. He's giving you shaken baby syndrome. Yeah, Changebringer would have probably dominated in that particular game. You know, there's not a lot the Greenskins can do about the Changebringers, to be honest. I mean, you can get like a lucky fermented fungi off on them. What other recourse do you have? I guess you could bring a Doomdiver. A Doomdiver catapult against the Changebringers wouldn't be bad. These are actually pretty effective against flyers. They have been in the past. I don't think a bolt thrower is a good idea. I just don't like them. Personally, I've seen them work. I've seen them do good damage. I think they're a little lackluster, though. Just something to think about. Buna and magic. I'm trying to think of what magic can work against Changebringers. I don't really have any. I mean, like, Buna does some damage to them, but not much. Wait, how does... Ooh. Snagless snare stuff. Spiderweb attack and sting, and that's it? Because this is a magic missile and it does pretty decent damage. Can help take models off of the Changebringers. Really, you just try and get a spiderweb attack off, and then maybe get some archers forward while it's snared, and just shoot it to death. Archers are kind of short range, though. Although the Changebringers have, what, 90 range? That's a little scary, actually. It's like, right on the edge. If you miss position even a little bit, they could just roast you anyway. I think a Doom Diver is safe. Doom Diver just for Changebringers, and I think maybe you can frustrate them enough to keep them in check. So there's no way you should ever bring a Feral Wyvern. These things are crap. They suck. Terrible unit. CA promised they were going to balance it, and it's still dog water. So sad. It could be fun. It could be fun. Maybe one day. Okay. Let me take a little peek. We only got one semis game going. Let's get into our semi-final matches. I'm not going to go for any longer than semis and finals here. I wish I could. I can't risk losing my voice again. I gotta be able to go to work this next week. I don't think I would lose it because I'm over my actual sinus infection. It's just been dogging me all freaking week, man. It's been absolute misery. Cool matchup here. We got Von Karstein versus Mr. Fly. Zinch versus Coast. So normally two ranged factions facing off, but this is a very different Coast build. Not a single ranged unit in the build. All melee.
Water the ground with their blood, and let Char hear the prayer of their screams.
Alright. Very boring basic speech there. But whatever. Scurvy Dog's going for the #1, trying to take it away from the Marauder Horsemen of Zinch, who are going to retreat. Smart. I mean, don't really want to tangle with all these guys.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Marauder Horsemen can do decent damage to Scurvy Dogs. If they get a charge off, it's just like the prolonged fight is really bad for you. Exalted Flamer, wasting an early shot here. A little unfortunate. Maybe a follow-up here, though. Oh, man. Nah, not that good. I'd just hang on. I wouldn't be trying to shoot these guys with any of the remaining ammo. They're a little too flighty. It's been very lackluster. I mean, you get a little bit of damage on them with everything. You know, Blue Horrors, the Horsemen, and blah, blah, blah. But really not that great. Kind of got a lot of ammo from this Zinch army. Although here they just eat it as they run right up the gut. I mean, a beautiful Exalted Flamer shot here. That is finishing that unit 100%. Flamer gonna hit some of the pirate deckhand mobs. Very nice overlapping damage too. Hits 2 units and gets a nice little chunk out of both of them. I don't think this thing is gonna pay for itself. It could, though. I mean, it's got 300 value with 11 shots left. Probably at close to the bare minimum. Anything just to clear numbers out, though. Look at how effective its hitting in here as of late, though, man. Overlapping damage all over the place. That shot not so effective. Doing a little bit of roasty toasty action to the Morngul's. Very big whiff on the Searing Doom. It's kind of hard to time up spells like that. It's better to just like save it until your opponent's engaged and then try and drop it. You're guaranteed good effect on target. Akold is fighting on the number 1, doing what he can. Ooh, and the Damn Knight's Aaron gets summoned and gets shot to biddies already. That Tide Call, and that's it. I really do like the Denizens of the Deep spell. It's a great summon. It does a lot of work at locking down missile units, and the to be honest, the Rotting Promethean summon actually doesn't do bad damage either. It's quite respectable. So Furies get through some Fell Bats. Sorcerers cleaning up those bats in question. Scurvy Dogs trying to protect the Mortar. What you do here is you attack the Scurvy Dog with the Fury. Furies actually beat Scurvy Dogs because they always get the charge off. Well, that's Khorne Furies. I don't know about Tzeentch Furies. They may not win against Scurvy Dogs. Not 100 on that. Really nice damage on the Morngul's there. Oh, and roasting Silostra. Because, God, Silostra, man. I don't know why you're bringing her on foot. I just clocked this. Just did not click with me until now. Why are you bringing an ethereal unit against Tzeentch? Very bad idea. I mean, if she's on her crab, fine. She's not weak to magic damage at that point. That's a little hopeful. Shrieking Skyrazor ripping apart a Morngul over here. Furies are going to dive the Mortar again. The Mortar's going to friendly fire their own guys here. Hilarious. Good job. Dude, this melee rush, though. Oh my goodness. Our Coast is really bullying Tzeentch right now. Tzeentch really doesn't have much recourse either to this. I mean, Chosen are sitting on the number 2 over here, and I mean, they ain't doing bad, but they're fighting way too much, and they're gonna tear route. Silostra's gonna tear out these guys. Either that or the Morngul's are. Leadership tanks. Does stabilize. Maybe they'll be okay for a little bit longer. Oh, God. Oh, it's going to be so painful if they do run. Finally, a good Searing Doom. Good dodge, though. A lot of those undead units got out of the way just in time. Exalted Flamer, though, is getting some good value still. Really needs to hit the Depth Guard. I don't know why it's not shooting Depth Guard. The Vortex won't do much damage to them. But the actual AP damage that it has on the missile will do huge chunks of damage to this Depth Guard unit. It is shooting them, and it's firing so wide of them. Ugh, brutal. Ouch. Chosen hold, and they're grinding. They're doing their work. 1,000 value on them. Salted Flamer is 1,600. It's got one more shot, 2 more shots. Could definitely get some work going for itself as it just finishes up and then gets unsummoned. I wouldn't be surprised if it got close to 2,000. 1,800 hitting Silostra. Exalted Hero on the way in. This Chaos Sorcerer could have been attacking Silostra, I'm going to be honest. Played very passively with the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. When I know he's not a great duelist, Silostra is worse. I mean, she sucks in melee, man. The fact that she's weak to magic damage and this guy has it, I mean, he'd be pounding her right now. And should have been from the get-go. Searing Doom here, kind of wide of the mark. Really needs to be centered up on the Depth Guard unit. That's where the most effective damage would be. Chosen are holding. They're going to value trade decently for themselves. Depth Guard getting shot to bits out here. As well as fighting Akold. And Akold 154 kills. Starting to rack it up, man. He's getting some decent value. We got the number 1 getting capped. Number 2 is eventually going to swing back to Tzeentch here. Salas just crumbling, and that's going to be a huge leadership penalty. And all that crumbling is going to start to really add up. It's going to be incredibly painful for the counts, or for the coast. And that is the Searing Doom that we've been waiting for. You can see it pummeling through about 1500 HP on the Depth Guard. Salastra is 27. Boom. Death animation, dude. So stupid. I don't know why, to me, it looks so ridiculous. It just kind of fades away very ignominiously. Scurvy Dogs hanging up on the point. Exalted Hero is almost 600 value. It's a lot of heroes, but not bad at all. And a beautiful Shrieking Skyray ability use. Lamprey's Bite. Yeah, Lamprey's Bite. Took half HP off that Scurvy Dog. Now they're going to dive in on him, and they'll be fine. They got Pink Horrors moving over. Sour Guts, no less. Sour Guts real healthy, too. That's what happens when you go really hard in the paint, man. I mean, you got to hold for 5 minutes on your back point if you're going to win. That is a lot to ask. I don't know about that, buddy. I really don't know about that. He probably holds for maybe a minute or 2 here, if that. I mean, there's so much cap weight here. Probably not even that long. The Tzeentch army ability whiffs pretty bad. I mean, I guess it's area denial right now. It's technically what artillery is for. It's kind of what these bombardments are. I don't know, man. I'd probably just save it and just wait for my opponent to be like fully engaged with everything on this point, then drop it. But the friendly fire could be really bad, so you know, I don't hate it. Beautiful Searing Doom. Really nice effect on those Mournguls in the Depth Guard. Scurvy Dogs get a rear charge, but there's a bunch of Javelin Horsemen and Sour Guts firing in here. Zangor's getting on the back of the fight there now. Nice little charge in. Gonna attack this other Scurvy Dog that wants the heat. Hey, man, I mean, he held pretty nicely. He's just throwing Scurvy Dogs the problem now, though. Yeah, no, Tzeentch just piles in with 50 freaking units. And steals it away. Blue Horrors holding on the number 1. Good call to have 1 unit out on that point. Your home objective is close enough that you can just, like, trot forward like a Marauder Horseman if you really needed to. And that's going to be it, dude. I mean, it's just going to be a long game from here. Although, gonna have it called. Von Karstein, recognizing how hopeless the situation is, calls it. I don't like Silostra. Don't bring her here. Just a basic Vampire Caster. Vampire Fleet Admiral. Would be plenty. You could bring the Death Caster version if you really wanted to. I think that would be a little bit more effective than the Vampire Magic. Oh, or you can just do a Deeps Vampire Fleet Admiral. Put him on the Rotting Prometheum. And this guy's got a debuff. Van Horseman Speculum lowers melee attack and defense. Base weapon damage. I mean, it's really strong, actually. And you go Denizens and Tidecall. Or you can go Fog of the Damned. It's another option. Guess the deep is kind of crap, but bring it anyways, I guess. And yeah, I mean, you can just bring everything. I mean, Wanda Jet is actually a pretty good little item. You get a huge amount of power recharge for a 15-second cooldown. I mean, by the time that wears off, you've gotten like an extra 3 or 4 winds of magic already in this last 57 seconds. You get all your magic out when you bring that. It's a really good lord. You can do death magic as well, which isn't bad against Tzeentch. Vampire magic is okay. I mean, you get the Drown Dead, and Gaze into Gash is pretty good, just to, like, shotgun blast characters in the sky. It's especially good against those Tzeentch Flyer Lords. I guess. I mean, those Damn Knights Errant got killed in, what, like, 10 seconds? She got shot to bits. Oh yeah, you can put them on foot. Noctilus, yeah, Noctilus isn't bad. Noctilus does have Pit of Shades for, like, Chosen, and the Melkoth's just really good damage. I mean, you can just run them like this, man. I mean, why not? Wraithstorm does good damage, too. Not like a itty-bitty minor heal, but a heal nonetheless. Wait, they buffed this? Wait, what the fuck? When did... The Curse of Undeath didn't used to do that much healing. Right? Am I crazy? I'm not crazy. They swapped the numbers. It was not 12. It was not 1261. It was not .10. It was .05. That's interesting. I've never. I don't know when they changed that. When did they change that? Because Curse of Undeath used to be .05 per second. Now it's .1, which is a huge increase. I mean, it's double the amount of healing. Passively on undead factions? Like, what the hell? Just a fool who never noticed this. Is it different for counts? That'd be really dumb. It's the same over here. Okay. Sure. Just give the best healing faction even better heals. Passive heals, no less. Well, hey, if they're going to buff that, then you definitely run Noctilus and Melkoths and Pit of Shades. You just Melkoths everything, Pit of Shades any Chosen. Laugh and Profit. Heal all your army. Get the Shadows magic buff. Anything. You would do Wind over Pit. Wind has a higher damage potential, but finding opportunities for that, pretty limited in my experience. It's like one go to Overcasted Pit of Shades, just wrecks everything. It's so strong. That's right. I remember what I'm doing now. We've had word on what's going on in the semifinals. And we're going to be on... well, this is the other semifinals game, and the finals has just finished up, so we're going to get through these two games. And I'm going to go rest my voice. held up a lot better than I really thought it would. I thought I was gonna like have to end stream crazy early because I was just gonna give out on me, but it's actually doing okay. Shields kind of invalidate. You just wait until the shields are. Well, Melkoth's pops shield. Popping shields on Tzeentch units before you engage them is still worth it. And a lot of the Tzeentch units are not going to have the shield up all the time. You can just pop the Melkoths on units that don't have the shield. I mean, you can do the summon. I mean, summon would be really good as well. Wind of Death. There's an argument for any and all of the spells that Buddy has, you know. Noctilus is just a really consistent unit. 2 magma cannons. You used to just run magma cannons all the time on Chaos Dowie, but they fell off pretty hard. It's kind of cool to see a couple of them trundling out here. Got 5 Swift Shiver Shards, which is bananas. That is a deep investment. And against a faction that has lots of silver shielded heavy armor infantry, too. But I guess you're counting on these guys to, like, just blast through Bull Centaurs and Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders and the like. Get a nice Waystalker summon. Oh, these things are so fucking annoying. I mean, Arrow of Kurnus having 600 meter range is just silly. I mean, it's not like it's as broken as it used to be, but, like, there's no counterplay around it, hardly. Just give it, like, 300 meter range, so it can't shoot from across the map. That's the part that kills me. Beautiful ambush with the Deepwood Scouts, just nuking the Hobgoblin Wolf Raider bows here. Oh, and follow-up volleys, equally devastating. Team Muto, no! Oh, God. Dude, are these guys even going to get away with anybody left alive? Looks like they will. Follow-up shots landing way short. That's brutal, though. I mean, that's your entire Skirmisher Corps dead immediately. Wild Riders just brutalize the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders over here. Oh, no, and the Magma Cannon is so open. That's free. Great shot right into the Wild Riders. Oh, they're going to pull back? That's I actually think they could have just YOLO'd in and probably killed it. Although, I don't know. We'll see how that plays out. Honestly think it would have been worth it to full commit. Overseer gets thumped by that Doom Bolt. You know, you think this is a bad matchup for Wood Elves, but in my experience, they brutalize the Chaos Dwarves. Because their shooting is so much better, on average, than the shooting for the Chaos Dwarves is. Like, the Magma Cannons and the Deathstreak Rockets are pretty good. But, like, actual, like, Fireglaves and Hobgoblin Archers, Wolf Raider Archers, all of them get just easily outshot by the longer range options for the Wood Elves. And you just have to hope for stuff like this where the Magma Cannons can just, like, thump down the Deepwood Scouts or something. But the problem is you have to reveal them somehow, and when all your stuff just gets shot to death within the first, like, 2 or 3 seconds that they're impacting into your opponent's line, I mean, it couldn't really be worse. Honestly, just waves and waves of laborers, like, rushing in and wasting all of your opponent's ammo is probably the best bet for doing anything about this. You just hold on to your number 3 objective here. You have your Magma Cannon just shooting either like Eternal Guard or whenever they're revealed the Deepwood Scouts. And you can just send in laborers. Laborers get shot to death. You know, they get beat up like this. You unsummon them. You just wait for them to come back and then you summon them out again. Just keep doing the rushes until they're all gone. And then you supplement those pushes with Chaos Dwarf Warriors moving in behind them. It's kind of what the game plan seems to be for Muto. It's just that opening was so rough. I mean, losing all the Wolf Raider archers is really hurting him. He could be moving all of his infantry off this point and then playing with his mobility and his skirmishers back here on the number 3 to protect it all. Instead, he's like losing everything piecemeal right now. And, you know, this is something that happens a lot, especially with newer people, even with experienced players. They can fall into this trap where they lose one fight early and they start making mistakes to like continue compounding on the early error, and they never really find a way to get back into the match. YOLO diving a single Wolf Raider is never going to work against the Wood Elves. Their cav is just way better than yours to begin with, and then also all the shooting, of course. I mean, just making an absolute mockery of the Chaos Dowie right now. Ow. Yeah, Chaos Dwarf Warriors getting blasted on the retreat. More of them coming in. Oh, that shot. Oh, it landed just short. I thought it was going to land in the middle of both those units and just chunk them. Not quite. Race to the Frozen Heart. Actually might win against this Chaos Dowie warrior. I mean, this unit is just a ridiculous... I don't even know. I mean, they're like they're in one in the same breath. They're a aggressive melee grind unit, and then they're also a line holder. And you can't get anywhere near them because they have a 60% speed debuff that they apply to anything that gets near them. I mean, these guys with 28 speed are down to 10. Units with 100 speed would go down to about 40. They just ruin everything. They're fast because of the stacking speed debuffs. They're always able to catch the things that get into a fight against them. Even faster units, like, they can pull away, but they have to wait for the frostbite to wear off before they can truly escape because of the way it works. It's really gnarly. Deepwood Scouts continuing to just destroy everything on the field. And I mean, the Eternal Guard, 100 value, 85 value. Not really doing a whole lot necessarily, but just providing front line. Forcing Chaos Dowie units to stay engaged as they get peppered to death by the bow fire. It's the age-old problem of dealing with them. Looks like the arrows of Kurnus have killed this magma cannon. And, oh, there's another... It's another Waste Stalker with the Arrow of Kurnus, actually. Gonna just be plinking away with the bow. Wild Riders could very quickly kill this magma cannon. These things are so squishy. You see, the Bolt Centaur is, like, tearing down the field trying to get after these Wild Riders. And they are able to surround them. They don't quite kill the magma cannon. Held up a little bit better than I thought it would. I guess I'm just used to, like, some of the horror shows I've seen with magma cannons getting caught out by cavalry. Because they can get absolutely rolled in record time if you're not careful. Good defense on the back point there. The number 1 is just so firmly held. There's not really any point summoning anything over here. Unless it was like an Infernal Ironsworn. You could run up and just blast the Eternal Guard and the Dryads off the point and cap it real quick. Nice Blade Wind. Ooh, that's a juicy Blade Wind. Infernal Guard lost like 2,500 HP. Getting hammered by that. Spellweaver is just chilling. Overseer got hit by Doombolt earlier, but he's mostly just walking around. Black Gem of Nar is, honestly, that's not a bad counter to Doombolt. Might be one of the only counters to Doombolt now that I think about it. Like, your opponent pops it, and then you just use Black Gem and don't take any damage. Sure, why not? Something that I just clocked and realized is there's no magic You know what is really good against Wood Elves? Yeah, you think I'm going to say Fire Magic, and you would be right. Hold on. Let's just go to the drawing board here. You didn't spell... Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. Anyways, yeah, Burning Head is great, but you know what is also really strong versus Skirmisher factions? Where the hell is this? Oh, there it is. Dude, Overcast Burning Wrath does a buffoonish amount of damage to units. Because the solo cast version, like the regular form, just fires like one little missile. This fires 3 of those missiles, and 3 with the boosted explosive damage. Plus, you know, like, there just being 3 vortexes instead of 1, does a ruinous amount of work to a lot of units. And you can fire it from 300 meters out. You do not have to be anywhere near the Wood Elves to cast this. It is so strong against them. Like, you can throw it down on Dryads, on Wild Riders, on Eternal Guard, on Deepwood Scouts, and it will ruin the HP on those units. You can bring it on a Demonsmith Sorcerer, and those guys are dirt cheap, and they can come with Reforge. So you can go with Kadai Fireborn, who are really good units against the Wood Elves, obviously. Because they have fire damage and magic damage, so they clear out Dryads really good. They can even fight Wild Riders, because Wild Riders actually don't do too well against Kadai Fireborn. There's a few units here that can be really tricky for the Wood Elves to deal with. You know, it's not like Team Muto has done, like, a terrible job. He's just had some really unfortunate errors in judgment. And they got him punished really badly. I mean, these magma cannons have done really well, but there was no defense against the Waystalkers. Not that there was really all that great of one to begin with, but not losing all of the Wolf Raider bows early on, like he did on the middle objective, using them to defend the number 3, and then full court pressing the Wood Elves after a little bit of a softening series of barrages with the magma cannons just to wear down the Eternal Guard, and you can just like force them off the point, and then have your infantry just eat damage from the Deepwood Scouts for ages, and the magma cannons can then kind of like poke and shoot the Deepwoods, try to keep them honest. It's easier said than done, you know, and that's hindsight being 2020. Eternal Guard, Erase the Frozen Heart, Wraiths with 290 kills, man. Getting a little silly, and they were going way over 300 fighting Goblin Laborers. Oh my god. Absolutely groovy, baby. Overseer with 0 value. Wolf Raiders are able to kill the Waystalker. Got 2,200 value here. Alright, that was just Doombolt being bugged. Didn't do any damage to that magma cannon there. Kinda whack, but I would not be complaining if I were Muto right now. I just don't see him getting his point back. I mean, it's just going to be such an uphill climb. I don't know how he's going to get enough on this objective with how many enemy units are still hovering around on the field. And it just needs to, yeah. He just needs to be a little bit more patient next time. Don't engage over the middle point. Like, when you see your opponent, and you see they've got, you know, X amount of units, and you only see, you know, 5 or 6 out of, like, 11 starting units, you gotta know there's some shenanigans going on. You cannot move up into that. You need info. You need intel, you know? You can shoot the stuff that's visible and just wait. Because here's the thing. You wait and you do damage to the Eternal Guards. If you move up and find out it's Wildwood Rangers, guess what you can do? You can always, like, retreat back, and then you can bring your bows, your hobgoblin bows forward and shoot the Wildwood Rangers up. If you wait and then move up and find out it's Deepwood Scouts, perfect. You already killed the front line. You can just move all your silver shields into position. Your opponent shoots laborers and wastes their time. You've got all your mobility playing off of your held objective back here, and you can have, like, one Infernal Guard holding this, and then Wolf Raiders can just come out as needed. And then you're in a better position because you've actually, like, juggled your opponent's threats effectively, and you haven't overcommitted anything. It's just an idea to keep in mind for the future. Really need on Flying Lord, though. I've used it on Astrogoth, and it's done fine. It fires at, like, an arc. Does a ton of damage. Are the normal Wolf Riders also good against Wood Elves? They are. The Wolf Raiders, though, they cannot take any head-up fights in this matchup. They have to get rear and side charges. It's a lot of Infernal Guard. Just one Infernal Guard, please. Ogle Khan's Wolf Boys are, like, a good unit, but I would cut them here. Hello? I don't know, maybe not. One Bull Centaur Render is fine. Honestly, I would cut both Bull Centaur Renders, though, and get Kadai instead. One Infernal Guard. I actually think Sneaky Gets here can be pretty good. Like, Hobgoblin Sneaky Gets can be a really annoying unit for the Wood Elves, because the little precursor missiles that those guys have actually do a lot of damage. Now, the one thing that would not work well is that Deepwood Scouts would just pumish, yeah, they'd pumish the Sneaky Gets really hard. But real talk, Sneaky Gets can be really good just for summoning in out of Vanguard on your back point with full cap weight, and they can use their little javelins to, like, hammer some Wild Riders that might be getting a little frisky around you. Also really good for shooting Dryads. Sneaky Gets have some pretty nice use cases here. And you can fit a ton into your army for the cost of those Infernal Guard. Because the Infernal Guard are $950. So that's 1,900 gold. You can get 3 Sneaky Gets and still have 450 gold left over. You saved a little on the Bull Centaur Great Weapons for the Kadai. I mean, Kadai really are just straight up better than Bull Centaurs in this matchup. Because they just destroy the infantry that the Wood Elves throw out in this matchup. I mean, already an anti-infantry unit, magic damage and flaming attacks means Dryads just melt. They beat the crap out of Wildwood Rangers even. The only thing they don't do well against is Eternal Guard and, like, Waywatcher Fire. And Swift Shiver Shards can beat them up a little bit, but they've got quite a decent amount of armor. They can survive through it. And if you do the double Demon Smith Sorcerer, and yeah, look, oh wow, those guys are so expensive, right? But look at this. Just cut everything. Burning Wrath. What? Burning Wrath 650. Reforge 800. Cheap. Cheap, 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 and you got double caster. So your opponent can't just kill them for free. And then you're not bringing Astrogoth or bringing that Overseer, which I think is a great idea, by the way. Hilarious choice. 850 and you just Black Gem of Nar anytime your opponent wants to hit you. Double Magmas. Maxed out Chowie. Just get a billion Goblin Laborers too. Get Ogre Khans in reserve, so you've got your 3 there, and get 1 Infernal Guard. Blazing Beards of Asherik, also not a bad infantry unit here, a little expensive. I actually think is worth it, though. Get your 3 sneaky gets. Get all these guys and get like 1 more bocav. I mean, honestly, not a bad build into the Wood Elves. I'd love to say you could bring Infernal Guard Fireglaives, just get massively outranged. They don't have a shield, so they just die to stuff like Way Watchers. Even Swift Shiver Shards are going to punch through them pretty quickly. And like I said, you use the Bocav and the Wolf Raiders to like swarm around your back point. That's protected by like an Infernal Guard or something. And play it off that way. If you wanted, you could do an Infernal Ironsworn and get another sneaky get, though. Infernal Ironsworn blasting charges demolish Dryads and Eternal Guard. I mean, will one-shot them, basically. I got a ton of armor and leadership. Really high melee defense and stats and magic damage and flaming attacks. Very multi-versatile unit. Best coming in the late game to anchor, though. Be my advice. Enough firepower can still shoot them down. Nothing is immune to shooting here. Castellans? Why? Why would you bring Castellans? I've never been impressed by the double Castellan. I mean, they're not like terrible, but they're very vulnerable to the shooting and they're more expensive. And Breath of Hatred is like good on paper, but I don't know, man. Lifebane Blade, it's only active in melee. These guys are just going to get sniped by missiles, more likely than not. And the reason that you're bringing the double Demonsmith Sorcerer isn't just for the magic. You're also bringing them for the Reforge, so that your Kadai Fireborn can just absolutely grind it out. Like with the Reforges, Swift Shiver Shardfire is not going to do enough HP damage to get through all that healing. So it's like maybe Infernal Castellans are better just by themselves if they're all alone, but you're countering Doombolt, you're countering Swift Shiver Shards, Way Watchers to some extent. That's going to be a little bit trickier to deal with. You've got Magma Cannons and stuff and lots of infantry. For pushing down, like, really expensive Way Watch cores, though. I think that build gives you a little bit more flexibility. And you just have to have magic. I mean, you can win games without magic, but it's always easier to win with it than without it. That's speaking from a lot of experience as a Khorne player. Like, I regularly ponder what it would be like if Khorne had some magic that wasn't a Blood Speaker. Sometimes Wood Elves with being a dragon and they'll zone it. That's nice. I mean, your Bow Cavalry can zone the dragon as well. I need you to prove to me that Castellan is better than the double Demonsmith Sorcerer. So I think the value that you're going to get out of the Burning Wraths and the mitigation of your opponent just being able to Doombolt down your mage every minute or so is way better. I don't disbelieve you, I just need a little bit more proofs. To have this replay. Where is it? I've got it in my replay folder. Oh, I don't. Whoops. LOL. Alright, guys. Let's get some finals action going. We've got Mr. Fly versus Useful Toaster. Hey, remember earlier when we were talking about Tzeentch versus Wood Elves? I actually did bring Searing Doom again. I mean, Searing Doom is not bad against Wood Elves. It still does really good damage to Wild Riders. The only reason I recommend Burning Head is because Wood Elves are just always weak to Burning Head. It's an exceptionally effective spell against this faction. He's got the right composition here. I mean, he's got like 1,000,000 Marauders.
Show them how wrong.
Marauder's not the greatest thing in the world, but it is a bunch of shielded and barriered up infantry. And the Zangors are the real meat and potatoes here, with the Silver Shield and their barrier being 200 stronger than the Marauders of Tzeentch. I like that. You got the Blue Horrors going in. Blue Horrors versus the Waywatcher fire. Hey man, I mean, that's a lot of AP missiles hitting 5 armored demons who have Fizz Res and are 500 gold. I mean, Waywatchers will definitely wear them out eventually, but it's not as easy as you'd think. Glade Lord with Prey of Anathema chilling here. I do really like the land on the Lord here. It's having him land in the trees, so he's a little bit safer from all the missile fire. Really nice. See the Waywatchers doing what they should be doing, which is hitting the Blues. Blues actually crumbling because of the Hawkeyes of Drakira here, potentially. It does look like they rallied just in time. Staying alive, and now we got the full court press coming in. And yeah, 1 Blue Horror is down. That sucks. I mean, it's 500 value. You've got nothing in return. Get a little bit of poke from the Marauders here. They do not kill any of the Waywatchers, but they do push them back. Acold, man, is Acold just going to get one shot here? I mean, Glade Lord could use Prey of Anathema here and just focus fire him to death. Honestly, probably would have been what I'd do. So characters can be a little hard for Waywatchers to hit at times, but there was plenty of room a minute ago for them to actually hit him accurately while he was out here. Now he's a little too close to the Eternal Guard to shoot effectively. Furies are on the field. Furies do not need to go in right now. You just have the Marauders making space against the Eternal Guard. Yeah, losing them is rough, but Zangor's on the point. Or actually, these are Marauders. Zangors are... Where's the other Zangor unit? What? Oh, way out here. Whoa. Super deep flanks. Okay. Kind of a wild position here. Blues need to shift over just a teeny bit so they can actually sit on this point. Shooting the Eternal Guard is not worth it, so you definitely want to just position them away from there so they're not wasting shots. Sorcerer Lord is rolling around. It's way too close to be to the Prey of Anathema. That's a missed opportunity for Useful Toaster. Useful Toaster could have netted this guy and then had the Waywatchers just blast him to pieces. Now he's hovering in the trees. Hovering in the treetops like this is just as good as being on the ground in the forest. Zangors are overpressing. They really should just stay in the woods there. Now you're getting the triple cap. Just focusing on holding that is the best thing you can do. Oh, and Useful Toaster forgets about the Glade Lord. No, Acold and the Blues just roasting her out. Brutal stuff. Losing Arrow of Kurnus and Prey of Anathema hurts right now. Oh, and a good Fury dive with the Chaos Spawn summon, mucking up the works for the Waywatchers, and Zangor's in on these guys over here. Get a Pendulum going down from the Shadowcaster. Not doing a whole lot, though, to that Zangor unit. Now Synagor moving around the flank. You do get the Prey of Anathema off, but in exchange, your Lord getting caught out by the Synagors now. Are they going to surround her? They're going to surround her, I think. Not quite able to, though. Hawkeyes of Drakira punishing your Lord. But it wears off pretty quickly, that snare. It's only 16 seconds. Only one volley was able to get through from one Waywatcher, and it's good damage, but Mr. Fly's in a great spot here because he's killed one Waywatcher. And he's taken down some Glade Riders as well with this Zangor unit. Zangor with 900 value, probably going to get close to 1,000 here at this rate. Absolutely gnarly. Blue Horrors are not really doing a whole lot, to be honest. I mean, they've got okay value. Definitely need to get free and hit some Wild Riders if they're really going to value trade effectively. Synagors are getting hammered. They're dragging the Wild Hunters of Kurnus pretty deep in. Sorcerer Lord is very healthy. He's got 900 value, and just holding on to all 3 points. Stuff him. Chaos Warriors coming in. Well, how the hell do you have a halberd in here? Okay, sure. I don't think I'd waste my time bringing a halberd, but maybe there's a reason you bring it. Like Zotes or something. Guess they'd be good against that. Hawkeyes are trying to help this Wild Rider. This Wild Rider's getting dragged down by the Blue Horrors, actually, which is pretty funny. Oh my god, man. They were pretty beat up already, but these guys are probably going to grind out about 250 value here against the Wild Rider unit. Marauders eating a Wild Rider charge. Wild Hunters a Kernus, no less. Zangors are trying to move in and get on the back of these guys. Wild Riders are so hard to wrangle. Their charge bonus is so high. They just trash your units. They just charge into them, bowl over them a lot of the time, and then they just run away and they laugh at you. It's very unfunny when you're on the receiving end of it. Yeah, A-Cold's getting shot up pretty badly here right now. Really accurate volleys coming in. The Waywatcher core, though, really is not up trading right now. Actually kind of holding back the Wood Elves. Even though Toaster has the lead, it's not like he's been holding points. I mean, he's just fully off of them right now. And there's plenty of replacements coming in. Chaos Warriors from way back. Moving in, doing what they can. A-Cold does break. It's kind of the fate of A-Cold in this matchup. I just don't like A-Cold here. He's too vulnerable to the shooting. It's not really even that good in the melee grinds. Like, Wildwood Rangers can actually chew him up, too. It's worth remembering. Nice Pendulum. It breaks the shields on all these units. If you had your Waywatchers able to fire in here against the Chaos Warriors, this would be a good opportunity to punish them while their shield is down. Because they're in melee combat. Good dive at the Furies back here. They kill another Waywatcher. Hawkeyes and the other Waywatcher that's alive are very weak. Very beat up. And very much not value trading the way that they normally are and need to be. Wild Hunters of Kernus going down without a tremendous amount of value here. You notice that Mr. Fly has literally only been bringing out infantry as reserves for the most part. Outside of the 2 Furies and the 1 Centaur of Zinch. He's going real infantry heavy. He's daring the Wood Elves to grind through all of his bodies, and they're proving to be very unequal to that task. Chaos Warriors holding nicely in the late game. Blue Horrors getting an uptrade. Nothing insane, but definitely decent at 666 value. Are they going to keep it there? Please don't get any more damage. Oh, no, they got an extra little bit. Whatever, it's fine. Kind of funny that they were keeping it there. Glade Riders are going to cap the number 3. You just hold on 2 points now. Give up the number 3. You do not need to hold that. You don't want to get yourself into a position where you might be allowing your opponent to, like, grab this before you can get there and then bounce out to another objective that's now weaker because you're not concentrated. And your opponent just, like, outcaps you by fortuitousness. Gotta be careful of that possibility. Arrow of Kernus from the Glade Lord. Glade Lord never died, but really is not going to be doing a whole lot at the end of the game here. Now the Waywatchers are getting unsummoned, and the Hawkeyes of Jakira did not get their value back. And the other one back here, no, don't do it, no! They've still got so much ammo, it's so worth keeping these guys out. Ouch. He did not get a huge rebate for that. Got a Wild Rider in. I don't know, man. Not worth. The Eternal Guard are just going to wet noodle here. And you let your Glade Rider get shot to bits by the Blue Horrors. Just micro lapses from Useful Toaster this game. Where in that first one, he was just all over his opponent. This time here, it's really leaving a lot to be desired in the micro department. And finally getting a good dive in here. Chaos Sorcerer Lord, 2100 value. Really putting in the work in to get this game in favor of his side. Beautiful Searing Doom on the Glade Riders. Didn't get a lot of value out of that for some reason. I mean, it took a good chunk of HP off of them. I figured it'd be more than 200 value. But yeah, that's going to be GG. Siege army ability coming down, I think. Yeah. It's kind of hard to see on this map. You can just see, like, the target area. Look at that. Oh, I love the vortex look. It's very cool. And Zeech is going to walk away against the Wood Elves with a win here. Massive stuff. Great game. Really great game from Zeech. Yeah, that's good reserves. Simple. No nonsense, no frills, no thrills. I would like to see Chaos Knight in here. Get rid of this Halberd. Get rid of this Synagore. That's 2100. So you can get one Chaos Knight and another Fury, maybe. Or Chaos Knight and a Marauder Javelin. Marauder Javelins are not bad against the Wood Elves. The Marauder Javelins are really good against Wild Riders. And there's always the chance that your opponent brings out Durthu. And Durthu's pretty resilient against Javelin fire normally. But the Tzeentch Javelins with their Warp Flame and fire damage and magic damage get around a lot of his resistances. I don't think you'd ever see Durthu here, because there's other things that can kill him pretty horribly that Tzeentch has, but, I mean, it's possible, because Changebringers are really risky in this matchup. You do see the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, but he doesn't really win against Durthu. I mean, you know, for a guy who's theoretically weak to fire damage, he starts looking real sexy when you start getting down to the nitty-gritty of the fact that he's got 10,000 HP, 110 armor. All of his melee attack with, you know, good magic damage. He's got Flock of Doom and Sword of Daith, dude. God, if your opponent's going infantry and you've got Sword of Daith hitting like 3 or 4, this melts them. It is ridiculously effective against bodies. He can always bring Lamentations of Despair. I mean, really, like, peak Durthu is just doing this. Boom. 2450. That is not that expensive. I mean, it's a good chunk of change. He's not cheap, but he is not breaking the bank by any means. And trust me when I say that Durthu will beat just about everybody in Melee. And he offers a bulwark that your opponent is going to have a hard time maneuvering around. He's like an anti-meta pick against Tzeentch because, like I said, you've got all the shooting in the world to kill Changebringers. The melee fights are not that scary for him. He can go toe-to-toe with most everything, and he's very good against the infantry walls that you might run into. It might be worth trying him out against Tzeentch. Because he also has a magic damage negating effort. Or ability. Sorry. Effort. I don't know what I'm saying there. He's got AoE magic negation radius with Ancient Protector. Tryche is not bad either. I do like the Glade Lord. I mean, Prey of Anathema, you just need to get Prey of Anathema off and snipe your opponent's character in one fell swoop. If you do that, you can win the game pretty easily against Tzeentch, because their Sorcerer Lords on the disc do not have a shield. Completely unshielded. Super vulnerable to Waywatcher fire, because Waywatchers are just crazy accurate, and they will absolutely nail this bozo if they get a chance. Bring them with dig in. The Castellans? Okay. Dirthu very much not the pick. It's just an idea. It's a theory. I mean, Glade Lord is just way cheaper and has more control abilities, which against Tzeentch is really important because they got a lot of mobile stuff that you want to shut down. You can shut down pretty hard just by netting them and blasting them to pieces. I was just thinking Dirthu because Dirthu would be good against the warrior walls. His toolkit is very well situated for dealing with it. I'm going to call it off here, I think, guys. I've been going plenty long. I need to rest my voice so I don't end up losing it. I don't want to miss any more days of work. Can't really afford it. Nobody can afford shit in America right now. Just keep that. Just remember that. If attack speed can't make the matchup work, I'm not too hopeful. Yeah. That's fair. I mean, Wood Elves are just... You know, it's weird because Tzeentch is like a faction that honestly is pretty mediocre into most everybody. But then they've got like a handful of matchups that they are just absolutely filthy in. Like against Wood Elves... they're pretty good against Norsca, too. Norsca can kind of rush them down, though, in a way that the Wood Elves can't. So, there is definitely some vulnerability there. Who else is Tzeentch really good against? I don't know how they are against Empire. Probably okay against them. Good against Bretonnia. I mean, you just bring a metal sorcerer and a bunch of halberds, and Bretonnia is... probably never going to be able to do enough damage to you to get through all the halberds. Curious what else they, where else they thrive. Lizardmen's probably a little too hard for them. Lizardmen, I think, would just pummel them into tiny, pathetic pieces. Ogres might be kind of tough. I think Vampire counts if you go like SE Blob as Tzeentch is pretty doable. With like big AoE spells to like clear out all the garbage. Maybe. Coast is a pretty good matchup for Tzeentch. Don't know what else. Maybe Dark Elves are a good matchup. Maybe. Tzeentch is the faction I have the least experience with, though. Total hard counter. Rip. Oh, yeah, the Chimera, dude. Ugh. Vampirates and Wood Elves figures. And counts as a good one as well. But do you do Monster Mash? Like, do you go Aeson as Tzeentch in that matchup? I just really want to know, because, like, Rogue, you and Mr. Fly... and, Regis. Y'all are like the only people who play Tzeentch regularly. I just never have any experience with them, because, like, when I play them, I'm playing Khorne, and Khorne just beats the snot out of Tzeentch. And then when I watch the few other people who play Tzeentch, they're usually not, like, playing them into most of the factions. They really are usually going up against, like, Wood Elves and Coast. You know, because both of these are tricky factions. And Tzeentch is really good against them. So it's like a really good back pocket faction to know. But as for, like, playing into a lot of these other factions, I'm kind of flying by the seat of my pants in terms of the game knowledge. Because you just don't have many people who are on the faction. Any tips for Dark Elves? We didn't see any Dark Elves today. I didn't get around to them. I'll just answer some questions before I go. Tips for Dark Elves is just bring all the good stuff. You just bring a bunch of Bleak Swords, Usually witch elves, you know, usually in reserve, like 2 of them. You get some, dude, these Blackheart Corsair handbows are so nasty. I swear by them. They're grossly effective in like 90% of matchups. Get some handbows, get some Scourge Runners, you go with a cheap Lord. Honestly, like, just a Supreme Sorceress a lot of the time with whatever flavor of magic you want for the matchup. I mean, all of the lures for the Dark Elves are good. They just all have a time and place. High Beastmaster on the Scourge Runner Chariot is actually really gross. Tormentor's Sword and, you don't need Beast Slaver. Whiplash is alright. If you're going to bring another one of his buffs, you bring Whiplash. It's just a nice buff to weapon strength and charge bonus and speed. And really, you're just utilizing the ferocity of your faction to maximum benefit. Like, you can just bully people with running them down with, like, Cold One Knights, shooting them to bits with Scourge Runners and Handbows. There's matchups where Dark Shards are really disgusting. Just do a ton of damage. Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows are pretty good into a few factions as well. Medusas are good against Chaff. You've got a little bit of everything. The only things that are not great for Dark Elves, Harpies are kind of shit. Charybdis is pretty useless. The War Hydras are pretty bad as well. Black Dragon is just a little too expensive. Bloodrack Shrines, kind of a gimmicky unit. Okay, I guess, but the buffs and the hex, it's just a really small radius. 35 meters is nothing, man. Like, 55 meters should be the norm for domination mode for you to consider bringing the buff. Unless it's on something like stupid cheap. Like, the exception to the rule for the radius being really small would be like the Wargors. Like, Wargors at 750 can run Will of the Dark Gods. They will get their value back, and you can just have them split up and provide the melee attack and melee defense, or the melee defense and the leadership buff to everything. And they also encourage, so really it's a +8 leadership, and they're just dirt cheap, so they help you out a lot in the front line. Whereas the Bloodrack Shrine, it's a little over expensive. It's a chariot also, so like these buffs and the debuffs, they don't last on anything. Like, you're incentivized to move away from units and not leave it in combat where the buffs are providing the maximum benefit. I don't get the design philosophy of this unit. Don't try and really use it. I don't think it's very good. It's good against, like, maybe dwarves. If you're, like, counting on them not bringing a cannon or something. And you can, like, roll it around and just, like, blast people in the face with the Medusa shots and then run over all the Dally infantry. It's, like, the one thing I can think. Death Hags are kind of bad. Canine Assassins have been back and forth in the meta. Masters as well. Really can't go wrong with Dark Elves, dude. I mean, you just build an army and just exclude the crappy monsters. Everything else works. I mean, I'm really not kidding. Even Blackguard of Nagaron and Harganeth Executioners have good matchups. You know, it's a take it as you see it kind of deal. But unless you're really going silly and bringing, like, Malice or Lokir, all the Lords are good. Even the Dreadlords, because the Dreadlords are really cheap, have a few matchups where they're decent. And, you know, Dreadlord, this guy, the male one, has a volley of dark arrows, which is like Arrow of Kurnus type of effect, and Pearl of Infinite Blackness, which gives ITP and leadership. It's pretty good. And the other one is just like a really decent combatant. She has a little melee attack buff to stuff around her. She's not expensive on a cold one. She's got really good stats on the cold one, too. Decent shield, good leadership. It's not really, like, the best choice. Really, sorceresses. And then, like, maybe Marathi or Malekith a handful of times can work out nicely for you. That's a lot of the good business. Mass Horror destroys Double Goose, and Aeson kills the Graveguard. Okay. Yeah, without healing on Zinch, I can see him being maybe not great against counts. Oh, and Soul Grinder gets dominated by War Wagons. Huh, okay. Fair enough, fair enough. I'm done casting for the day, Mr. Fly. I was just answering some questions for folks. I'll hit y'all up soonish, I hope. I mean, I've just been so busy with work, and I'm planning on moving soon, so I've got a very busy time ahead of me. But I'll be here every Saturday. Count on it. If at no other time I'm streaming, this is the time. So, till then, eyes and ears out. I'll see y'all next time. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I really appreciate it. Peace.